The Stallions get it that the only way to remain on top of Group L is through a win. However, the Swallows refuse to be left behind. They target a second victory to move away from the third position. This is the Total Energies AFCON 2025 qualifier. Experience the journey to Morocco, Burkina Faso versus Burundi on Thursday, 10 October at 9 p.m. Live everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Breast Cancer Awareness Month. A few valuable tips for reducing your breast cancer risk. Do monthly breast self-examinations. Go for regular screening. Do your yearly mammogram. Worldview Update, bringing you closer to international or global news.
Just 2 weeks ago, Hurricane Helene had wrecked several parts of Florida, and it is now shortly thereafter followed by Hurricane Milton, which we expect to rise and land on Wednesday evening. 12 million people are potentially at risk over here, but an evacuation order had been issued for 5 million people living in Florida. This is a massive evacuation. Traffic is blocked. FEMA is thinly stretched. There's a $720 gratuity or a $720 relief package that had been given to certain families that can't afford evacuation, which is roughly about 17,000 Rand in South Africa, the exchange rate. We'll get a more updated one a little bit later on. But FEMA is thinly stretched. Vice President Kamala Harris picked up the phone and tried to get in touch with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, and he blatantly refused to take her call. This is perhaps one of the biggest disaster management moments outside of COVID-19 in the United States of America. Is this the test for what is the promise of a Kamala Harris administration? And how will that reflect in the psyche of American voters as they watch this unfold, especially in battleground states? Brooks Spector joins us to make sense of this. Brooks, is this one of those things that will have an impact on the electorate?
Well, good morning. It's Ed. Good to be with you. Let me just clarify that it's $750 as an initial payment to people for emergency necessities, rather than this is it. That's all you're going to get. There's a whole range of other funds and services that come along. I mean, $750 isn't going to rebuild your house, but it's not meant to. It's meant.
I understand
to
it's meant to help people evacuate almost immediately those who may not have the liquidity to do so.
Yeah, no, I mean it's funding that buys you petrol, that gets you food, hard rations for the days ahead, personal hygiene, any emergency medical supplies you're supposed to have. What this hurricane and Helene, the one that struck up through central parts of the southern states, especially Tennessee and North Carolina after Florida, these two hurricanes in sequence are going to show, parentheses, or not show, is the capability of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, whether or not it's capable of handling this kind of recurring natural disaster. They've already got thousands of employees scattered across the South working on relief for the previous hurricane, and they're calling on National Guard and other organized forces to lend a hand as well. I mean, in many cases, you can't, for example, just drive up with the relief supplies. You have to helicopter them in because the roads are washed out, which makes it, even more complicated, both in terms of supply chains and the logistics of delivering the assistance. The sad part of it is that there has been an enormous rise in disinformation and misinformation spread on social media about the way the government is or is not handling these emergencies. They're duplicitous bits of information. They're not true, but they're being distributed, among other things, by people like J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee for the Republican Party, and Donald Trump. And this truly is an astonishing kind of behavior. you put that together with the political games that Ron DeSantis, as you were mentioning, it has been playing, and you have the makings for more complicated, less effective, and even more difficult relief efforts for people who either are fleeing or who are insisting against all reason, staying in their homes, just going to wait it out. I've been through hurricanes in my life before, nothing quite of this magnitude because we didn't live close enough to the ocean to worry about that. But when the lights go out and the water stops and the electronic devices like a television set no longer are broadcasting anything, you sit there and you say, we are really on our own, aren't we?
Yeah.
And that becomes a real problem. So the test is whether or not the government responds effectively and adequately. And you'll have noted, I'm sure, that incumbent President Joe Biden just canceled his overseas trip that would have included Germany and Angola because of the need, presumably, to stay close to Washington, to be able to show leadership rather than simply stay in touch.
Yeah, this sounds like an Aaron Sorkin script, in fact. Ron DeSantis blatantly refusing to accept the call of the vice president of the country. What does that tell us about the politicking that's playing? You spoke earlier about misinformation and information warfare, which is eerily similar to the information warfare we saw during the early days of COVID. And Ron DeSantis, we know, is a staunch Trump supporter and of course, a very prominent Republican figure. What does this tell us about the politicking that's playing out and the contestation for electoral mindshare at the moment using the Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton moment for that purpose?
Well, heck, the whole 2024 sounds like an Aaron Sorkin script. I mean,
absolutely.
If he had written this as a script for the West Wing or perhaps another film drama, the producers would have insisted on rewrites because the whole year would have seemed a little too implausible.
Yeah.
There have been just too many twists and turns. I mean, I keep a presentation handy because people, clubs and organizations want someone to make sense out of it, and I am forever changing it after each new twist and turn. That is more implausible than the one before it. I can't get into the mind of Governor DeSantis on this. You would think that that kind of behavior would be precisely the thing that voters in his state would use against him in the next election. His inability or personal reluctance of dealing with the government of the country, the national government, that is, in the face of an enormous natural disaster. You would think that would be the first thing that one would do. And in fact, many of the people who say they are Donald Trump supporters are also, and it's an irony, are also insisting that that FEMA, that Federal Emergency Management Agency that handles responses to this, that they should act faster and more effectively and more generously. Yeah. So you have to shake your head at the ability of people to hold
the cognitive dissonance.
Two completely different ideas at the same time in their heads, and you just have to wonder. But human beings, we're all complex, and we do this. We believe A, but we also believe Z.
Yeah.
But how it's going to play out for the election, which takes place in just about 4 weeks from now. If you listen to the polling data that has been released in the last couple of days, as far as I can tell, and I've read most of them, but they are slightly in conflict in some ways. Kamala Harris holds a lead nationally, a small lead, perhaps even a statistically insignificant one, and she holds a lead in 4 or 5 of the most prominent battleground or swing states. But again, these are statistically so small that it may well be sampling error, or it may well be error in the way people are responding. So
Well,
it
what is
really
what is a healthy margin of error for us to hold in the back of our minds when we read polling data, given that the variance between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is nominally about 3%, and if you go issue by issue, such as the economy, immigration, voter trust, if you go the FEMA moment, the hurricane moment right now, all of these various things that people are polled on as separate issues, there the variances are even smaller and in certain instances much wider. What is a healthy margin of error to keep in the back of the mind when you look at polling data?
Well, it's been a long time since I took statistical analysis and quantitative methods for social sciences, although I did, long before most of your listeners are probably alive, I guess. But if you figure that a polling result has a 95% chance of being correct within a margin of error of 3%, then anything beyond that, say 4 or 5% difference, that becomes likely. That becomes plausible. That becomes almost predictable. You can't quite bet on it, but you can say, that seems pretty good. So figure 5% difference. So what does that work out? 53 to 48%
And just
out of 100.
Just lastly, there was a 6% swing between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump when Kamala Harris had just replaced Biden as the Democratic candidate. That remained stable up until after the Democratic National Convention, but it's seeming to trickle down where the distance is 3%, right? That means Kamala Harris has effectively, over the last month and a half, lost some ground. Is that a normal dynamic flow of polling data?
Yeah, to some degree. I mean, you get what they call the bounce after a really successful convention or a great rhetorical moment. But remember, too, and I really caution people about polling a lot, that it's not predictive as much as it is a snapshot of where people think they are at a given moment, given all the qualifications that we just talked about in terms of data. So that at any given moment, this is kind of a picture, sort of in black and white rather than living color, say, of where people think they are. But it can be altered, it can be changed by any kind of event. Let's say, for example, that you get lots of video imagery, lots of news of FEMA personnel and the National Guard delivering aid and rescuing people off the roofs of houses, and people saying thank you to the government for all their help. That would tend, under other things being equal, to perhaps push her numbers up a little bit. If you get the whining and the screaming and the complaining from Donald Trump that the government is stealing people's money and people begin to believe it, it would probably drive it down. This one is, Oliver, I'm sorry, this one is just too close to call.
Okay. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time. I think this is where Aaron Sorkins and perhaps David Guggenheim have to come together and figure something out to help us make sense of this dramatically. Thank you so much, Brooke Spector. Let's take your latest headline. It's 31 minutes after 6.
Good morning. Thanks, Oliver. The headlines: Gauteng Premier Panyazi Lesufi has called on the police to leave no stone unturned in the investigation into the deaths of 5 children in a lady in Soweto due to suspected poisoned food bought from one of the local spaza shops on Sunday. The ANC Secretary General Fikile Mbalula says no decision has yet been taken by the party on the possible disbandment of the KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng Provincial Executive Committees. Mbalula made the comments during a media briefing yesterday on the outcomes of the National Working Committee held on Monday. And long traffic jams have formed in the U.S. state of Florida as more than 1 million people have been ordered to evacuate ahead of Hurricane Milton's expected arrival. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. If you're just joining us, a reminder if you've got any plans to travel to or from East London Airport, to check conditions before you travel today with your airline, with your travel agent, with the airport itself. Flights were suspended yesterday over safety concerns, and there's likely to be a ripple-on effect for much of today in respect to that as well. Road conditions around the Gauteng, not too bad. A little bit of traffic built up through the Diepkloof interchange, that's the M1 onto the N12, and a crash amongst all the roadworks coming out of Pretoria, N1 south at the R21, so pushing traffic back through towards Rigel Avenue already. Durban, a lot drier than it was yesterday. 20 mils recorded yesterday across Durban, so conditions better. We did have a breakdown, early morning breakdown, and early morning traffic on the N2 South. You know where, going into Spaghetti Junction, so queues back already towards the Inanda Road. N2, pretty busy at Tweedy Hill as well as you leave the South Coast area. And Cape Town, busy. It looks like being a busy Wednesday. We've got traffic sitting on the N1 from Belleville through to the Kuba Interchange. And the N2 gets really busy as you come through just after the airport, Robert Sobukwe, through to Mowbray Main Road. Baden Powell from Mitchell's Bay going through to Strandfontein, looking a bit slow this morning, direction Muizenberg. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai, big moment for Desiree Ellis. I just saw on the TV screen on Morning Live this morning, and she's expected to do well. The 23-player squad that has been announced. Any surprise names for you there?
Hey, this European tour that's happening. No, she's gone with the typical, keep it simple, keep it straightforward, and a bit of young stars, as always, with Coach Desiree Ellis. She is that, coach that will give the young stars to shine, as always, when it comes to Banyana. So I think with the back of that Olympic heartbreak, this squad for the European tour is going to be an exciting one, and we want results, right? So European Tour, 21st to the 31st of October. Banyana will open their account against Denmark on the 25th of October, and that's at 6 p.m. They'll travel then to Coventry in the United Kingdom, where they'll face the reigning European champions England on the 29th of October. Ellis is looking forward to playing against world-class opponents.
We know what we're preparing for, which is the WAFCON. And yes, we're playing European opposition, but they're going to test us like we've never been tested before. England are the European champions and also World Cup finalists. They bring a different type of football. We all know, I know Coach Serena Wichmann, likes to play football, and that's going to test us as well. We're also going to be tested with the weather, by the way, because we're not sure in this country what the weather is at the moment. And then going to Denmark, they're much more physical side. And sometimes we've struggled against physical teams,
Elsewhere, we have AmaZulu officially announcing Arthur Zwane and Vusimuzi Vilakazi as their joint head coaches. This surprising development comes after AmaZulu's initial pursuit of the Magesi FC coach Clinton Larson was seemingly blocked by contractual obligations. Now, Vilakazi, who's been at the helm of Usutu's DSTV Diski Challenge side since leaving Richards Bay, will now collaborate with Zwane, bringing diverse perspectives and tactical approaches to the team. Elsewhere, Chelsea and Nottingham Forest have been charged by the Football Association for failing to control their players after a mass confrontation during Sunday's Premier League game at Stamford Bridge. However, no action will be taken against Nicholas Jackson after the Chelsea forward appeared to slap external Forest's Morato as players from both sides clashed towards the end of the match, which ended 1-1. In the meantime, Manchester United and England centre-back Harry Maguire has set to be out of action for a few weeks because of injury. Maguire was hurt in the first half of United's 0-0 draw at Aston Villa in the Premier League, and that was on Sunday. And tennis, the former world number one, Paula Badosa, has withdrawn from this week's Wuhan Open amid a racism row over an online photo. Now, tournament organisers said the Spaniard pulled out of the WTA 1000 tournament, citing gastrointestinal illness hours before her first-round match against Australia's Aliette Tomljanovic. Media outlets, including Britain's The Telegraph newspaper, earlier reported that Badosa had posted a photo on Instagram in which she appeared to imitate a Chinese face by placing chopsticks on the corners of her eyes. And that's where we'll leave it for now. We'll bring you more sport on the morning brief at the top of the hour. I'm Sai Khan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
Ndoleng Lichela joins us for the business update this morning. Ndoleng, we start off with some economic sentiment news. Goldman Sachs are a little bit more positive about the US. They say that the possibility of a recession is lower than previously anticipated. What are the data points they're relying on there?
That's right, Oliver. So they are looking at the recent economic data that we've gotten, cutting their probability of a US recession. So this initially started in August, where Goldman Sachs raised its recession odds to 25%, but later revised it to 20% mid-month as the labor market and retail sectors showed signs of resilience. And now the latest economic data has alleviated recession fears, with September payrolls surpassing expectations by adding 254,000 jobs and the unemployment rate declining to 4.1%. These positive indicators suggest continued economic growth, contradicting recession concerns and reinforcing the economy's underlying strength. And so yesterday, Goldman cut its 12-month US recession probability back to the unconditional long-term average of 15%. Now, this move follows JP Morgan's recent decision in August. The firm released a mid-year report raising its bets on a U.S. recession. It increased the likelihood of a U.S. and global recession occurring before the end of 2024 to 35%, up from 25%, citing downbeat economic data that was available at that time. You'll remember in August, markets got that disappointing labor print for July that suggested that hiring was slowing at a rapid pace. But with recent data, a soft landing scenario seems to be back on track.
Yeah, and we look at Boeing's aircraft deliveries improvement in September. They're a company, of course, that has had a difficult couple of years following the integrity scandal around their aircraft. But it seems like they're getting more things delivered.
Mm-hmm. So they're not necessarily flying high when it comes to aircraft deliveries, but it's not all bad. In September, Boeing delivered 33 airplanes, 6 more than during the same period a year earlier, as the company and its customers keep an eye on the impact of a strike in the U.S. that's now entering its 4th week. Through September, Boeing has handed over 291 aircrafts, well below the 371 it had delivered in the first 9 months of 2023. Rival Airbus has delivered 447 airplanes this year through August. Last month's deliveries were led by 27 of Boeing's best-selling 737 MAX aircrafts to customers, including United Airlines, which received 5, and Ryanair and Southwest Airlines, which each took 3. Now, deliveries are crucial for Boeing as customers pay the majority of the price upon receiving the aircrafts, helping the company offset its significant expenses. So far this year, Boeing has burned through over $8 billion, further highlighting the importance of maintaining a steady delivery.
Yeah, my goodness. Let's take a look at those economic indicators. How did the markets close yesterday?
So kicking off in the US, stocks there rebounded following a slow start to the week. This comes as oil prices eased and investors assessed ongoing tensions in the Middle East. The Nasdaq leading the gains there, closing almost 1.5% higher in yesterday's session. The US markets, the only equities closing in positive territory. It was red screens back at home, with geopolitical jitters still weighing on sentiment. The all share down close to 1%, fueled by losses in the Resources 10 complex, declining 2.3%. Volatility continues to prevail in the currency markets, with the rand now trading above the 1750 mark. It's sitting at 1760 to the dollar. Meanwhile, in Asia, markets sending mixed signals as investors weigh the latest from China's National Development and Reform Commission.
Ndoleng Lichela, thank you so much for that. She'll be back in the next hour. Let's take a break.
This summer, we have extra large offers on Ford Ranger XL, XLT and Wildtrak from only 481,900 for a Ranger XL single cab 4x2. It's the extra large Ranger offer from only 481,900. Visit your nearest participating Ford dealer. Optional service plan included. While stocks last. T&Cs apply.
Great things can happen when you play Lotto for a life-changing 70 million rand estimated jackpot this Wednesday. That's right.
Play Lotto for an estimated 70 million rand jackpot today, and luck could be on your side. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529# for USSD. Panda, Pusha, play. Players must be 18 years old or play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
The Leopards and Taifa Stars have a big battle in the top of the table clash. DRC is only interested in 3 points to maintain their winning rhythm, while the East Africans also want victory to sustain their unbeaten run in Group H. This is the Total Energies AFCON 2025 qualifier. Experience the journey to Morocco, DR Congo versus Tanzania on Thursday 10 October at 6 p.m. Live everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
It's 17 minutes to the top of the hour. This is the morning brief. My name is Oliver Dickson. Let's take your call 086 000 2032. Let's go to the lines. Marshall in Cape Town, you want to comment on the mass shootings? Go for it.
Hi, good day, my brother, and to all your listeners. Look, one of the things that we are failing ourselves is, people put politics before communities. And I think our politicians really need to gear up themselves, pull up their socks, and ask themselves, where do they think our community is going to end up while they are playing politics? Because if you look, not just in Eastern Cape, but across the country, these crimes are rising. It's not lowering. Where I stay in the heart of Mitchell's Plain, in the heart of crime, where people get shot and killed every day. Now we've just heard in what happened in Eastern Cape, but it's happening across the communities. And we must ask our government, how serious are they to make our communities safer? Because if we want to drive investment to our country, what are we saying to the investors?
Yeah.
So these are really concerned, my brother.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Marshall, for that call, that intervention. Marshall is absolutely right. Military has been called in to try and quell gang-related mass killings in the city of Cape Town, in Mitchell's Plain, as Marshall says there. But it seems to me there's a textural difference between the mass killings in the Eastern Cape, which is in rural Eastern Cape, and in the Western Cape, which is urban township Western Cape in particular. I'm curious about what that could be, but I'm also curious about the sudden surge of mass killings in the Eastern Cape. Perhaps somebody can help us make sense of that. I'm not sure what sort of research and data and empirical evidence is out there on that. It would be fascinating to learn more about that. The city of Cape Town has an E. coli problem, especially alongside the Hout Bay Beach. Let's talk to epidemiologist Dr. Joe Barnes about this.
You are listening to the Morning Brief.
Dr. Joe Barnes is an epidemiologist at Stellenbosch University. Dr. Barnes, good morning. Thank you so much. What do we know about the data coming out from testing around the Disa River, and particularly its flow into the Hout Bay Beach and the E. coli levels there? How bad is it?
Good morning to you and to our listeners. Together with my colleague, Professor Leslie Patrick, and her team, we did a study with a very particular aim, and the manuscript is sent for publication now. We wanted to find out the known sewage contamination in the environment there, both in the Disa River and in the sea. We wanted to find out how big is what they call the impact zone, in other words, the footprint of that pollution that goes into the sea. And I did a bacterial analysis, and she did, and her team did the chemical analysis of pharmaceuticals and personal care products such as shampoo and toothpaste and so on. They looked at known contaminants in there. And we found in general that the impact zone is much bigger than the engineers always assume when they do their planning. But I also found very disquieting levels of E. coli. That is an organism that we use to determine the presence of raw or untreated sewage. and in a sample a little distance from a few street blocks from where the river enters the sea, the E. coli count was over 8 million per 100 milliliters of water. That's less than half a cup. And right at where that very contaminated river reaches the sea, it runs over the beach.
Is that a high concentration, Dr. Barnes?
Pardon?
Is that a high concentration of E. coli?
Well, the cutoff level is 500.
And they're sitting on 800 milliliters.
No, 8 million.
Wait, the cutoff level is 500 and they're sitting on 8 million?
Yes. And right there where the sea, where the river runs into the sea, in other words, already mingled with seawater, it only came down to 10,000 organisms. It is very bad. But I just want to add to you that we didn't monitor this in order to blame the municipality or anything.
Right.
We were doing the study.
Well, can I just ask, what has the city of Cape Town reported about E. coli levels?
Well, their own coastal sampling for that area. They did 19 samples between end of April and beginning of September, and 58% of them were over the limit.
My goodness!
So you can't claim that it wasn't known, but this contamination has been known since about 15 years ago when I did another study with people there. It is a known problem, and what the population and the people around are now quite rightly asking is, what are they doing about it? Because it is
Can I just
growing.
ask, Dr. Barnes, how does this compare to the E. coli levels that led to public health warnings in Durban in December last year, where certain beaches were effectively closed? Do you have a data comparison on that?
No, I don't directly have data that I could obtain from that, but I'm very concerned because on the day that I did those sampling, there was not a sign to be seen on the beach anywhere. And here in the Strand area, where they've had sewer overflows and closed beaches, we've actually found a crudely written piece of paper on a broomstick that was seen, and in an odd corner that was seen as an adequate notice. I'm worried that in general across the country the municipalities do not seem to take into account both the health risks of these spillages and contamination,
Dr. Barnes?
or the ecology.
Yeah, we're unfortunately going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you so much for your work. Really do appreciate it. Dr. Joe Barnes is an epidemiologist at Stellenbosch University. It's 10 minutes before 7. Let's take your latest traffic.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, the amount of traffic lights out across northern parts of Joburg really is a bit of a big joke these days. These are long-term lights, and they're really busy main thoroughfares, busy peak time routes, junctions like Witkoppen and Malabongwe. Massive junction out at North Riding, no lights. Witkoppen at Riverbend, no lights there. Monte Casino, Winnie Mandela's down, that's heavy. Also, Winnie Mandela at the N1. Can't remember the last time those lights worked. You've got lights out on Malabongwe at the N1 highway, and Malabongwe just over the highway in the Stratham Park area. See our Swat. That's another really big junction. So queues on your way in towards Randburg again this morning. You've got Hunskuman and Ostrich down. So coming out of Rampark Ridge, a problem. You've got Bayers Nordier at the N1. So that's Bayers Nordier, Malabongwe, and Winnie Mandela. 3 consecutive big interchanges, and all of those without traffic lights, and all of those relatively long term as well. Got some traffic queuing on the way into Joburg this morning on the N12. Just once you come past Craft Road, all gets a bit busy in towards the Edenvale exit. A breakdown on Pretoria is N1 South just before you hit the roadworks at the R21, so coming from Rigel Avenue, that all gets a bit slow. Durban bound off of Munzamtoti, 20 Hill busier than normal. There's a crash at Queensborough on the M7. That's causing a big backlog. It looks like the M7 is closed towards the Bluff, so really big heavy traffic pushing back towards North Park. If you're leaving Pine Town, you want to get through to the N2, you want to get through to the Bluff, just come in on the N3 this morning, hit Spaghetti Junction and go from there. Just avoid the M7. There's a really big backlog as well on just routes in that sort of Belleville area, Main Road, and routes that take you down towards that Belleville Road Bridge. A lot of congestion in that part of Durban with that crash on the M7. Cape Town's all very busy, particularly the M5, queues from Ottery Road up towards the Kuberg interchange. Also the N1 looking fairly busy as well. Midweek queues from Belleville's Durban Road all the way through to that M5 Kuberg interchange area as well. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Big stories of the day. #The Morning Brief.
As part of his reform package, President Cyril Ramaphosa, when he had become president, at least in the interim, after the ANC elective conference in 2017, became, of course, president in 2018 following the ousting of Jacob Zuma. One of the first things he had promised was to fast-track the unbundling of Eskom into three separate entities. On the one end, transmission had seemed to be the one thing that Eskom did not manage too well, or at least it was burdensome for it. And so working towards the unbundling, the first part of it was to incorporate the National Transmission Company of South Africa. While it was incorporated in 2022, if my memory serves me correct, it applied to NERSA, the regulator, for a certain set of licenses in 2022, and those licenses were approved, some of it at least, in 2023. One of those was a transmission license. The transmission company, of course, still had to wait for the consideration by NERSA on an export and import license and a trading license, and various other forms of licenses where NERSA perhaps isn't the only regulatory authority. Sechomoko Skiepers, who is the interim CEO, joins us to help us give a sense of where NERSA is following its launch party, so to speak, by various stakeholders a few days ago. Sechomoko, good morning. Thank you so much for your time. Really do appreciate it. Does NERSA, does the National Transmission Company of South Africa have all the licenses that it requires?
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Yes, indeed. The National Transmission Company South Africa, we abbreviated to NTCSA, has now received all the necessary licenses from NERSA, both for transmission, import and export, and for trading.
Yeah, it's 33,000 kilometers worth of transmission network that that the transmission company will be responsible for, that it will have on its balance sheet as part of its assets. Over the next couple of years, the transmission company hopes to connect 30 gigawatts worth of renewable projects to the grid. But parts of the country does not have grid capacity, and investment into the transmission network would have to be made. Talk to us about the capex investment that will be made over the next couple of years.
Yes, indeed. Our 5-year capital plan is of the order of 112 billion rands. It's intended to help us expand some of the existing substations where the lead time will be shorter, allowing us to connect new generation capacity sooner. At the same time, we will also be expanding the network, which is fairly lengthy processes to connect, in particular, the Gauteng province to Northern Cape, Eastern and Southern Cape. So that is the order of the capital program that we are talking about over the 5-year period.
And how much does the transmission company have in its bank account right now? Has it been capitalized?
The company has been capitalized. It is liquid and solvent. But obviously, as part of the overall regulatory program, we will be actively participating in the tariff and revenue determination engagements through NERSA, because as we seek to move into the future, we will require additional resources to be able to invest in the expansions of the network.
How much of that 112 billion rand over the next 5 years is funded?
As we speak, probably for the next 2 to 3 years, we are reasonably well funded. You may recall that there is an Eskom Debt Relief Act that was taken through Parliament by National Treasury, which allowed for a different handling of the Eskom debt. And so there is a significant cash from operations that are coming through that are sufficient to fund what we require in the near term. There's also other loans that are already pre-approved that we have access to. So in the next 2-3 years at the most, we are not too concerned. But there's a longer-term program that we need to look at and hence the need for us to ensure that looking beyond the near term, that we will have sufficient resources to invest in the network.
Yeah, the National Transmission Company, as envisaged in the Electricity Regulation Act, is meant to become an independent organization, an independent entity of Eskom. It seems right now you still rely on the balance sheet of Eskom as, one, its credit capacity to get loans approved, and two, to get capital expenditure and capital funding for the program over the next 2 to 3 years. Is that the case? And how much of the Eskom balance sheet are you relying on? And lastly, what's the roadmap towards becoming an independent entity away from Eskom?
Yes, indeed. There'll be probably 2 or 3 steps towards independence. We already have an independent board of directors, and that is already a step towards indicating to the different market players that we are working to implement the intent. The new act, effectively, when it kicks in, will require NTCSA to operate independently. And that means, although it is a subsidiary, it has to make sure that we have the right governance processes to take decisions independently and to treat all players in the market equitably and on an equal footing. So the independence, I think, is already on the road. There will be further developments down the line to further strengthen the independence, and that is a journey that we will be crafting, and we will share the roadmap in due course, because we'll have to engage Eskom as our shareholder. We'll also have to engage the ministry as policymaker.
Yeah. Just again, lastly, how much of that 112 billion rand over the next 5 years comes directly from the Eskom balance sheet?
The way we look at the funding, there is certainly an element that has to be on balance sheet, but a key part is also the cash from operations. And when you look at the combination of revenues, when you look at the specific requirements that NESA will consider for the transmission tariff and the loans that we have, we are in reasonably good shape. It's over the next 3 years, I think it's roughly 75 billion rand of capital that we expect to spend.
Literally just 30 seconds. We are over time here, but I have to ask this. The Electricity Regulation Act also envisaged a transmission regulatory authority, which is not yet established. And in the interim, you will be that authority with that regulatory powers. IPPs will have to call you if they want to get connected to the grid and apply for that. When will you stop becoming that?
Stop or start?
Stop being a regulatory authority.
All right. So the role is that of a transmission system operator, not authority. The authority is NESA. And in terms of the act, we have to go through this phase within 5 years.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time. Siromoko Skiepers is the interim CEO of the National Transmission Company of South Africa. It's just about a minute after 7 o'clock, and Musa has your latest bulletin.
Cultural Urban Festival Africa will conclude the weekend in style with an exhilarating brand of football. The City of Roses will vibrate as Bakhabane Bantwa battles it out with Amakosi. This is the inaugural Kufa Cup. Who will conquer the 90 minutes at the Toyota Stadium in Bloemfontein? Witness the incredible Kufa Cup clash between Maruma Gallants and Kaizer Chiefs this Sunday, 13 October at 2:30 p.m. live on SABC 1 and SABC radio stations. You can also catch it everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCsport.com. Tickets are available at Ticket Pro, Spar, BP, and Shell. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. Now that's good news.
In our top stories, Gauteng Premier calls for thorough probe into alleged food poisoning deaths and Timber water plant shut down. Good morning. Gauteng Premier Panyazi Lesufi has called on the police to leave no stone unturned in the investigation into the deaths of 5 children in Aledi, Soweto, due to suspected poison food bought from one of the local spaza shops on Sunday. The children are between the ages of 6 and 10. One child is still in hospital in ICU. Lesufi was speaking outside the home of one of the affected families in Soweto.
And I want to thank the Deputy Commissioner, Gekana, who's here, the hard work of the team within the shortest possible time, the forensics that have been taken, the tracking of the manufacturers of the alleged content, and the ability to ensure that they've been in a position to have a team that can literally follow up on every lead that they've found. It was a difficult task to move from one family to another. What we are conveying to the families is that we are also saddened, but they must be assured of our support, and they must also be assured about the work of the police.
ANC Secretary General Fikile Mbalula says no decision has yet been taken by the party on the possible disbandment of the KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng Provincial Executive Committees. Mbalula made the comments during a media briefing yesterday on the outcomes of the National Working Committee held on Monday. The ANC Secretary General says the matter has, however, been discussed by the National Working Committee.
There's no decision. It does arise in terms of the solutions and all of that for various reasons. There is no decision to disband any structure. But in the meeting, in the process of discussion, comrades sharing views and all of that, there is no decision. It's a view that it does not come to the conclusion that a structure is disbanded.
The EFF says it has laid a complaint with Parliament's Registrar of the Ethics Committee against Agriculture Minister John Steenhuisen for allegedly being untruthful. EFF MP and party spokesperson Leanne Matthys says they asked Steenhuisen in a written parliamentary reply if he had deviated from normal recruitment processes when he appointed 4 individuals who did not have the requisite education and or experience in his department. The party says in his reply Steenhuisen was deliberately deceitful, saying he should have owned up to his belated attempts to secure deviations, while individuals were already appointed. The City of Tshwane's Water and Sanitation Department has temporarily shut down the Temba water treatment plant that supplies water to Hammanskraal and surrounding areas. This is due to water quality challenges from the Leo Kraal Dam, following last week's power supply interruption due to a fire that broke out at the Pyramid substation. City of Tshwane spokesperson Lindela Mashigo says the city will provide water tankers to residents until the situation becomes normal.
The substation supplies power to the Rooival wastewater treatment plant, which was also affected by the interruption for a particular period before being backfed. As a result, the plant is currently discharging untreated effluent to the Apis River, which feeds the Leo Kraal Dam. Since the incident, the Temba water treatment plant had to reduce pumping capacity, which is now unsustainable.
Founder of Rhema Bible Church, Pastor Ray Macaulay, has died. Rhema Bible Church has released a statement announcing Macaulay's passing last night, surrounded by family and loved ones. The 75-year-old pastor had stepped back from active church duties but remained fully committed to serving his church. Further afield, and finally, long traffic jams have formed in the U.S. state of Florida as more than 1 million people have been ordered to evacuate ahead of Hurricane Milton's expected arrival. The storm, predicted to be the worst to hit the state in a century, follows less than 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene. The BBC's Gordon Serrera has the details.
Tampa is near empty as Milton approaches. Most people have left amid increasingly stark warnings from the president, state officials and police cars with loudspeakers touring the streets. Thousands of petrol stations have run out of fuel as the roads fill with people rushing to get out of harm's way. Milton is likely to be the most powerful hurricane to hit Tampa since 1921. No one can be quite sure what the impact will be, and so now it's just a question of waiting.
Recapping the top story, Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi has called on the police to leave no stone unturned in the investigation into the deaths of 5 children in Aledi, Soweto. For SFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Those were the top stories for this hour. Don't miss out on a possible car insurance saving. SMS out to 30754 for a quote. Outsurance, where you always get something out. Here's what real clients say about Outsurance. Here's Fundi, 46 from Brackenfell.
They give me lesser amount for my car. 523 rand on my 2013 Hyundai iX35.
Monica, 39 from Three Rivers, pays just 1,515 rand a month for her 2018 BMW 320i.
Give Outsurance a call. You can't lose.
SMS out to 30754 now. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. Update on that N12 route coming in from Boxburg and Benoni to Joburg. It's a collision scene just before you get to the Edenvale exit, so traffic quite heavily backed up and pushing through. In fact, there's a breakdown at Craft Road and then a crash at Edenvale, so quite slow from the Boxburg area. This morning, crash on the M1 North just after William Mandela. Delays coming out from the Randburg side. The N1 through from Pretoria looking a little bit slow from Brockfontein down to New Road. That's probably fairly normal for this time of morning. A major delay alert if you're in Durban, the M7 temporarily closed between the Belleville Road and the N2. That is bluff bound. That is a crash scene, a big crash scene just after that Belleville Road exit. The M7 is stacked all the way back through to North Dean and North Park, and there's enormous congestion on local routes through the Malvern area, Sadia Road, Main Road, Stella Road, all of that backed up as motorists pour off the M7 or struggle to get onto it. So just give yourself plenty of time, but avoid the M7 bluff bound from Pinetown. That'll be a good call. Cape Town, a crash on the R300 North at Van Riebeeck Road. Just watch some slowing traffic, and Baden-Powell quite slow this morning between Strandfontein and Muizenberg with some pockets of sand on the carriageway. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
A very good morning to you in your SFM sports headlines. It's cricket. The Proteas women, they face a must-win clash against Scotland in the T20 World Cup. And in soccer, can AmaZulu's new coaching duo of Arthur Zwane and Vusimuzi Vilakazi bring back the magic? Details around 7:30.
The Morning Brief, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
It's just 10 minutes, just gone 10 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is the Morning Brief. My name is Oliver Dickson. In this hour, we're going to be talking to this national spokesperson of the National Community Policing Forum about the mass shooting that happened in Godini village in the Eastern Cape. 6 CPF members were killed in this ordeal. We're going to be making sense of what that spells out for the safety of Community Policing Forum members shortly after the killing of 18 people in Lusikisiki. KwaZulu-Natal is in its 100-day report. The Premier has said that he'll be appointing 173 volunteers to local police stations to assist with gender-based violence-related crimes. We're going to be getting more details on that from the Premier in this hour. And then we're going to be talking to the Africa Rail Industry Association. Yesterday, it was announced by Transnet that it is unbundling another one of those. It's rail business into the Transnet Rail Infrastructure Management business and the Transnet Rail Freight business. That unbundling is being welcomed by industry. What does that mean, especially given the earlier announced concessions along certain along certain Transnet rail lines in certain instances, particularly for mining companies? We're going to get sense of that and how it could potentially get Transnet to increase its capacity for the 2024-2025 financial year. It aims to get 170 million tons of commodities transported along its lines and on its trains. And then a little bit later on, we're going to be talking about the role of drone technology in security. Apparently does wonders for mining security as well as infrastructure security, having increased arrests. How does drone security operations work, and how can we collectively optimize it. All of that and more coming up on the show in this hour. Please do be a part of it. Send us a voice note on 0614 104 107. Give us a call 086 000 2032. My name is Oliver Dickson. Let's get into your morning brief.
The Stallions get it that the only way to remain on top of Group L is through a win. However, the Swallows refuse to be left behind. They target a second victory to move away from the third position. This is the Total Energies AFCON 2025 qualifier. Experience the journey to Morocco, Burkina Faso versus Burundi on Thursday, 10 October at 9 p.m. Live everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
My name is Bonolo Motuba. I'm 17. My school was far from home and my parents were spending large amounts on transport. That's why they moved me to UCT Online High School, and it's been amazing. With savings on transport and uniforms, I was able to get ahead and stay ahead. Visit uctonlinehighschool.com to learn more. Applications close 29 November 2024.
The Blue Sharks want to dive deep and secure 3 points to keep the second position in Group C. While the Zebras of Southern Africa are searching for their first win, they want to escape from the basement. Who will enjoy the final whistle dance of celebration? This is the Total Energies AFCON 2025 qualifier. Experience the journey to Morocco. Cape Verde versus Botswana on Thursday, 10 October at 6 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
OUTsurance Hot Summer Savings will have you feeling hot. Hot and hot. 52-year-old Gail from Roodepoort is feeling like a winner for her Toyota RAV4 2-litre. She used to pay 1,953 Rand a month, but with OUTsurance, she only pays 1,539 Rand a month. That's a sizzling saving of 414 Rand a month. Want to save on car insurance? Switch to OUTsurance today, where you always get something out. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Big stories of the day. Hashtag the morning brief.
A tragic incident in Gotini village in the Eastern Cape has resulted in the death of 6 members of a community policing forum after they were ambushed by gunmen. This comes shortly after the murders, the mass murder that happened in Lusikisiki where 18 people died. Siyanda Biela, who's the national spokesperson for the Community Policing Forum, joins us now. Siyanda, good morning. Thank you so much for your time. Really do appreciate it. Is there a sense of what the motive behind the killing of the 6 members may have been?
Good morning, Oliver, the listeners at home, the whole entire team of SAFM. We are glad to be with you today. Oliver, it is a saddening situation that we are facing now. The baseline that we are recovering is that these colleagues who now have lost their lives and those in hospital currently, which our prayers are with, were attacked by a group of people who are dealing with extortion and stock theft within the area. I believe the team of patrollers was very effective in giving information and locking and squeezing the space of criminal activities in the area. So I believe then the next thing that they could have done was to retaliate by scaring them or putting fear into them by shooting at those who were on duty on the day. So it is a serious issue that we are facing, but really it has not been a call that we've never made. We've had the same incident is Enanda in KZN. We had the same incident is same again in KZN Kwamashu. We had the same incident is in the Western Cape where one of our patrollers, Lulama Dinginto, was attacked in a place just after knocking off the patrol in a house. She was shot dead. Still no justice was served. So we really fear for our people, and we feel that there is a need for a dire shift for us to find a way to support them.
What could be done?
Obviously, one of the critical issues that we are raising as the board is that we can't say, let us resource the CPF with guns and everything in order for us to match and measure with what is there on the ground now. But we are saying, and we are calling on the Ministry of Police to really look into a way to resource the SAPS so that they are in every corner in our communities to avoid our patrollers being in the front line instead of the members of the South African Police Services. Number two, looking at a way to skill our patrollers and our CPFs on the ground with some self-defense classes or techniques that will allow them, whenever they find issues of such encounters, to be able to protect themselves. But lastly, again, how do we then make them be able or skill them to be able to scan the environments that they are working on instead of being reactive, but be able to be proactive by providing information to the SAPS instead of confronting? Because some of the issues that we have in our communities is that the same patrollers are confronting the same criminals. So every time they're being raided, they definitely know that Sianda is involved in this. Yeah. So maybe one of the key aspect that they must do is just monitor crime, observe, report, so that and do follow-ups on updates regarding to the crime that was reported.
What support has CPFs been getting from the Civilian Directorate of SAPS?
We have, over the past 2 financial years, received a support of 70 million, which was then first pronounced by the then Minister, Mr. General Pegicele, which then was obviously rationally given to provinces to support the CPFs. But we believe it's not enough. There's a lot to be done, and we believe that if we engage the ministry and the South African Police Services, there's really room for improvement with regards to budgeting for the CPF and ensuring that we reinstall the dignity.
Yeah, what was that 70 million rand used for?
The 17 million rand was a budget that was given to the structures in terms of resourcing. Now, resourcing the structures in terms of your reflector jackets, in terms of your caps, in terms of your raincoats, in terms of your umbrellas, in terms of your torches for the road, in whatever they have, any operation, in terms of the boots that they'll need to use as they work. So that it was part of saying, how do we lend a hand into the CPF as the SAPS in moving our work together? Because remember, one of the key fundamentals that we have is that we are we regard this CPF as an apolitical platform. So the minute I come in with my political regalia coming into work, then that distorts the image of the CPF. So we wanted to unify the provinces and say, let's have a regalia for the CPF. But unfortunately, I believe now that has then made us put a target on our people's back.
Sianda, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Sianda Biela is the National Spokesperson for the Community Policing Forum. It is just about 20 minutes after 7.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAFM.
The Premier of KwaZulu-Natal will be deploying 173 volunteers to local police stations to assist with gender-based violence-related matters. This was announced in the 100 Days report by the Premier. We are now joined on the line by Premier Tamintuli in KZN. Premier, good morning. Thank you so much for your time. Really do appreciate it. Firstly, this is an important initiative, and we're talking here about volunteers. I just want you to perhaps describe what that actually means. Are these people who are giving their time to the province free of charge, or are these people who will be remunerated to an extent, even through a stipend of any sort?
Yes, good morning to yourself and to your listeners, and thank you for having me. Well, they are volunteering in a sense of receiving a stipend. When we say they are volunteers, we mean they will be not permanently employed, but they do receive the stipend. There are some of them are the unemployed matriculants and graduates who assist police stations on matters around the gender-based violence for the records and some engagements in the societies, because along what they will be doing is to even assist on the awareness of the scourge of the gender-based violence and try to drive the initiatives of collaboration between the community and the police in reporting even such cases.
Yeah. What is expected that these volunteers will be doing in support of police stations for related to gender-biased violence cases?
Yeah, they will be sitting in a desk when cases of this sort are reported to assist on administrative matters when people are actually reporting, and even when there are some outreach to the community, they will also participate.
So to contextualize this, if a victim of gender-based violence gets to one of these police stations where these volunteers will be deployed, they will be speaking to one of these volunteers in terms of taking down a statement and in terms of processing the docket, so to speak, the case file in support.
Part of it is that one.
So what training are they receiving in related to that? I mean, police officers go to the police academy to get very specific training to be able to do something as seemingly mundane as taking down a statement.
Yeah, theirs will be not to interview, but will be just to assist with the administrative work in the police stations, and there will be some induction which would be made to them so that they assist.
Okay. And just lastly and importantly, how many police stations are in the province, and how many of these police stations will have volunteers deployed to them?
Well, I will not have the accurate number currently, but they are distributed along the 11 districts, because there are 11 districts in the province, and they will be distributed along the provinces, in particular where the typical crime seems to be more. That is where they will be actually allocated.
Yeah. And how long will they be doing this for? How long will this program run effectively?
Yeah, it runs for it's a program that will continue, but they will be contracted for a period, a particular period. But after that one, another a group will be also recruited.
Yeah, what is that period, Premier?
It's a period of 12 months. And after 12 months, then they will recruit another one.
A new intake. Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Appreciate it. Premier Tamim Tuli of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm taking your reactions to that 086 000 2032, 24 minutes after 7.
My business is very stressful. Construction and plumbing, anything can go wrong. The reason I chose Outsurance because they align with my vision with regards to customer service. The fact that they won the award for Best Business Insurance makes me feel like I'm in the right hands.
Switch to Business Outsurance today, and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. SMS quote to 43328. That's quote to 43328 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Cultural Urban Festival Africa will conclude the weekend in style with an exhilarating brand of football. The City of Roses will vibrate as Bakhabane Bandwa battles it out with Amakosi. This is the inaugural Kufa Cup. Who will conquer the 90 minutes at the Toyota Stadium in Bloemfontein? Witness the incredible Kufa Cup clash between Maruma Gallants and Kaizer Chiefs this Sunday, 13 October at 2:30 p.m. live on SABC 1 and SABC radio stations. You can also catch it everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCsport.com. Tickets are available at Ticket Pro, Spar, BP, and Shell. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Great things can happen when you play Lotto for a life-changing 70 million rand estimated jackpot this Wednesday. That's right. Play Lotto for an estimated 70 million rand jackpot today, and luck could be on your side. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120*7529# for USSD. Panda, Pusha, play. Players must be 18 years old or play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
EFC 118 promises to be one of the most scintillating fight nights in recent memory, with two standout matchups. Fresh off his incredible run in The Ultimate Fighter, Rody Roots battles for the interim featherweight strap against deadly kickboxing specialist Ayanda Zwane. whilst the co-main event witnesses the return of the one and only Martin the Punisher Van Staden, who takes on fellow veteran Hanru the Bully Boda. EFC 118 from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
The Morning Brief. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
Yesterday, Transnet had announced the separation of its infrastructure, its rail infrastructure, away from its freight rail operations and business into two entities. It is now the Transnet Rail Infrastructure Management business and the Transnet Freight Rail business. The Africa Rail Industry Association welcomes this. Misela Ntlapo, who is the CEO for the Railroad Association, joins me. Misela, why is this a good thing?
Well, good morning. The unbundling of Transnet is a landmark development, creating the two divisions, which is TRIM and TFR. I think this move represents a forward-thinking vision to modernize and strengthen the South African rail infrastructure.
How does it bring about the opportunity to modernize it? Why did it need to be separated to be modernized?
The separation is actually a shareholder decision, which is government. And they have decided through the National Rail Policy and subsequent other documents that have been produced that there will be a separation of the infrastructure manager to the operation, which is currently under the TFR. And what that means is that it's part of allowing third-party access, meaning private sector participants, into the rail space. And then therefore, having an infrastructure manager is a requirement to ensure that third-party access does indeed take place.
So the infrastructure manager is effectively the landlord of the rail line, of the rail network. So if I'm a mine operator or if I have a production company, a manufacturing company, I want to get stuff transported to our relative ports, I buy my own train, I build my own coaches, buy my own train, and I apply to the infrastructure manager to get onto the rail. Am I understanding the model correct?
More or less. So normally, the companies like the mines rail operation will not necessarily be their core business. However, there will be companies that are private operators, including Transnet Freight Rail, and not exclude them, that will then be able to compete for that business. For the mines, and through that, if they win the business, they will then be able to apply for a slot with the infrastructure manager and transport the goods on behalf of the freight owner.
Yeah. Are there players in the market right now standing ready to form, let's call it a rail company, so to speak, a private rail company that will get onto this Transnet infrastructure and operate on it? Are they standing by? How much money do they have? Do they have the necessary liquidity to make this happen quickly?
There's no quickly in the railways. However, the right terms and the condition of the network needs to be in a good condition. So in terms of investment and raising funds, the terms and conditions that are applicable to that funding would generally be required that they're bankable and everything else that a funder feels comfortable in order to fund such a big operations. In terms of funding, also you need to have lots of money. But I want to turn also to the maintenance of the infrastructure. We know that we have had over a decade of underinvestment in infrastructure. And I recently discovered that actually the Transnet situation or the South African situation is not unique. Germany, Deutsche Bahn, they're experiencing the same problems that we are experiencing as a country. And the Swiss government is actually taking a view that they will start doing their maintenance now, instead, a full-scale maintenance, instead of finding themselves in a similar situation as in the Germans. So, and I think it's also quite important. The message must go to Treasury that if Transnet is not properly supported, if Transnet has a turnaround plan and is approved by Treasury must know that they need to put money on the table. Private sector can only invest under the right conditions, and the primary conditions for that is that the network must be good, must be sufficiently in terms of quality, that will become efficient, and that efficiency means that running from point A to point B is done on time for the client.
Msela, thank you so much for your time this morning. Really do appreciate it. The CEO of the Railroad Association. 32 minutes after 7. Let's take your latest headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Oliver. In the headlines, the ANC in the Greater Tshwane region says it's considering supporting Action SA's Nasipi Moyo for the city's mayoral position. This as the city is set to elect a new mayor today. Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi has called on the police to leave no stone unturned in their investigation into the deaths of 5 children in Aledi, Soweto. The children died due to suspected food poisoning after they bought snacks from one of the local spaza shops on Sunday. And the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has warned the Lebanese people they face destruction on the same scale as Gaza unless they reject Hezbollah. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Unusual queue on the Mike 1 this morning, moving out of Sandton down through to Houghton. There's quite a backlog from Grayston Drive, so we call it through Athol Oaklands down towards the Glenhove Road. If you're on your way from Sandton to City Centre, Joburg, that is heavy. Crash coming in from Protea Glen and Lenasia, then 12 at Deadman's Bend, linked to the N1 North. Quite a bit of queuing pressure there if you don't fancy it. Off-ramp at Eldo's Golden Highway and rejoin the N1 from the Golden Highway at Devlin. Nice little workaround there. Allendale Road, factor in some heavy queues from Tembisa across the Midrand this morning. Going to be asked to queue up around sort of Dane Road, Carlson off Clinic area. Durban, here's a major delay. The M7, a big crash going towards the Bluff between the Belleville Road exit and the N2 highway. The road has been reopened, but it's a really big backlog back from North Dean and North Park. So M7 probably still good to avoid that. And there's crazy traffic off the highway. Motorists were piling off it during the closure earlier or trying to get into a closed M7. So from Queensborough down through Melbourne, routes like the main road, Stella, Sarnia, main road, all very heavy. Belleville Road, for example, all very heavy in that part of Durban today. Cape Town, a bit of rain about, so take it easy. Not enough to wash the grease and grime away, just enough to sort of loosen it and make conditions a little bit slippery. Generally overcast and spits and spots of rain. Crash on Spine and Strandfontein, so that's causing backlogs in that Strandfontein area. And the R300 going north, busy this morning from Delft up towards the Cowes River and Belleville exit after an earlier crash which has now been cleared. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai, Kaizer Chiefs has been on a good run. They were second on the log after their second match. Now they're like sixth after that loss, but still in high spirits. Mm-hmm. Is SuperSport nervous about the hype around Kaizer Chiefs at the moment?
They could be, but they're not showing it. So let the mind games begin.
Why are they not showing it? Because I mean, they got to come out and say we're better than them, or no, we're not.
Yeah, they're not phased. I think it's more of a psychological thing because look at Chiefs under Nazruddin Nabi.
I am telling you this, Chiefs is going to run out of steam halfway through the PSL. It's not a team you're going to hear from very much in terms of winning. Chiefs doesn't have it. They really don't have the depth, and I'm being honest.
I don't know. It's not facts. It's your opinion. Let's moving right along. We'll go to the crunch time match today, starting with the Proteas women at the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. They are preparing to face Scotland. With just 2 games left, the Proteas must secure wins against both Scotland and Bangladesh to keep their hopes alive for a semi-final spot. Cricket South Africa Director of Cricket, Enoch Nkwe, weighs in.
I think the DNA, the belief in the team, I mean, it is there, it is very strong. It's just a pity last night that, we let ourselves down in small moments where we're a lot more in control. But I'm sure that, the team will be able to bounce back and obviously review yesterday's game and see where they can actually improve against Scotland.
Moving to some other news, AmaZulu officially appointing Arthur Zwane and Vusimuzi Vilakazi as joint head coaches. Lesotho had parted ways with Pablo Franco Martin after just 3 games into the season, after losing all 3 of them. Meanwhile, SuperSport United attacker Lila Kay insists they're not fazed by the excitement around Kaizer Chiefs after the two sides are now pitted together in the Carling Black Label Cup ever since Amakosi appointed coach Nasruddin Nabi and made changes to their squad roster this season. The Glamour Boys have played all 3 of their Betway Premiership matches in front of sold-out crowds. The case says SuperSport will focus on getting past them in the Cup next weekend.
That's a good draw, To be honest, some of the guys were actually calling it. Obviously, we know Chiefs were on the other pot, We were looking for a home draw, but obviously, when you play Chiefs are the home team, wherever they go. I mean, the last 4 games, it was sold out, whether it was Durban, wherever they go. So, yeah, it's going to be a good game. It's going to be an exciting game. We're looking forward to it, and obviously, we're looking to advance to the next round.
Now, Coach Maud Kumalo will guide the Banyana team that is set to participate in the 2024 COSAFA Women's Championship in Gqeberha from the 22nd of October to the 2nd of November. The former under-20 women's national team coach has called up a mix of players who mainly ply their trade in the Hollywood Bet Super League. The team has been drawn in Group A and will play their group stage matches against Eswatini, Seychelles and Namibia.
Yeah, I'm very excited, and then also I'm very much humble for your opportunity. I know it's the big shoes. I mean the feel, in a sense of it's not an easy job, But other than that, it's more of me doing what is best, and then also, as we know, Guti COSAFA, it's more of looking at the players' future to go and play for Banyana. But other than that, to be honest with you, I'm very excited and then also happy with the opportunity that I get.
We'll bring you more sport on the morning brief at the top of the hour. For SAFM, I'm Zaikan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
And Darling Lichela's back with the Business Update in this hour. This one makes me very excited, Darling, because I have for the last 6 years almost exclusively used olive oil because I was told it's healthier. I don't know if that is true, but I did groceries last week and I saw the price of olive oil and I'm like, my goodness, this is not a really cheap product. But the olive oil crisis is easing because production is improving. I hope that leads to a reduction in the actual consumer price.
I mean, a 250 ml of olive oil could cost you 100 rand. That's really steep. And so we are seeing the world's largest producer of olive oil confirming that olive oil production is poised for a surge this season. This would potentially alleviate the supply shortage that drove prices up sharply following 2 consecutive poor harvests. According to forecasts from the Spanish Ministry of Agriculture, Fishing and Food, output is expected to reach about 1.26 million tons, representing a 48% increase from last year's figures. This boost would bring Spain's olive oil production back in line with its long-term average, offering relief to a market that has seen prices increase. The past 2 years of subpar harvests across the Mediterranean region have led to olive oil being dubbed liquid gold, with prices reaching record highs above 9,000 euros a ton. But with indications of a better harvest on the horizon, prices have already begun to decline, dropping by more than 20% from their peak. While shoppers may welcome the news of increased production, we might not immediately benefit from lower prices. Supplier contracts are typically negotiated months in advance, so the benefits of the improved harvest may take time to trickle down to consumers. Now, the Spanish government, in the meantime, warned that the weather conditions in the coming weeks could still impact production, as the harvesting process has only just begun. Overall, though, the projected increase in Spanish olive oil production signals a positive shift in the market, potentially paving the way for more stable prices and improved availability.
Do you know that olive and olive oil tourism is a real thing?
Yes.
Yeah, I've got a favorite olive oil farm. That's a weird thing to have. Thelema in Stellenbosch. I visited that in 2021, I think. And my goodness, was I blown away. But how refreshing an olive oil farm is. It's not something that I think people think about very often. But people travel to Stellenbosch just for that from abroad, by the way. Let's take a look at China hitting back at EU as targeting tariffs on European brandy is concerned.
That's right. Now, the Asian country has slapped brandy companies with tariffs. The temporary anti-dumping measures on EU brandy imports targeting iconic brands like Hennessy, Remy Martin, and Martell is in retaliation for the EU's tariffs on Chinese-made EVs. As of the 11th of October, importers of EU-originating brandy must pay security deposits ranging from 34.8 to 39% of the import value, making EU brandy more expensive in China. This move follows China's Commerce Ministry investigation, which found EU brandy was sold below market prices, harming China's domestic brandy sector. France, the largest supplier, is primarily affected, and while the EU is looking at alternative solutions, China is already considering further actions, including tariffs on large engine vehicles, mainly impacting German producers. Now, the EU and China have had a tight trade relationship, with the EU being China's largest trading partner and China being the EU's largest trade partner. But tensions have risen due to a number of issues, including China's economic practices and a wave of protectionist measures in Europe.
Do you think those producers might try to offset those losses by increasing prices in the rest of the world?
Probably, but I don't think these tariffs will last. I think the EU and China are going to reach an agreement because it can't keep going on.
Is your favorite brand in whiskey affected here in Darling? Be honest.
Yes, it is.
Which one is it? Hennessy.
I'm a South African girl.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, millennials, so predictable. Let's talk about the market indicators this morning. What are they looking like?
So starting in Asia, equities mixed as investors remain cautious ahead of key U.S. economic releases later this week, including inflation data and the Fed minutes, which are expected to provide further insight into the central bank's interest rate strategy. With that, we're seeing Chinese stocks taking the biggest hit here, the Shanghai index down over 4%, and Hong Kong's Hang Seng trading in the opposite direction, up 0.4%. In Wall Street, futures in the red despite yesterday's strong performance. Trade really choppy this week as investors take a wait-and-see approach ahead of those important prints. Back at home, sentiment is sour. We're seeing losses all around in both equities and the local currency. The All Share ending yesterday's trade in the red, down 1%. The Rand losing steam, trading at 17.55 to the dollar, slightly stronger than it was an hour ago, but really retreating from last week's highs of 17.30.
And Dalek, thank you so much for that. We'll speak again in the next hour. Advocate Sipa Mantula standing by with your latest Africa update.
Africa Update on SAFM.
Advocate Mantula, good morning. We start out today in Maputo, where Mozambique heads to the polls amid insecurity and drought-induced hunger today. 17 million people are expected to vote.
Oliver, Africa and to the listeners. Indeed, Oliver, Mozambique decides today. And when you look at the numbers that you have mentioned, yes, it's a presidential elections, but also parliamentary. We are looking at 250 members. But when you look at the presidential candidates, we have seen from Frelimo, Daniel Chapo, we have seen Usmane from Renamo, we have seen independent candidates. But I think what is key for now is that the manifestos are done, Oliver. We are looking at the numbers. What will happen, as we have mentioned, that we have 17 million people who are expected to cast their votes out of 31 million registered voters. The other issues that we have raised on this Africa Update, Oliver, we have passed on the issues. What is key for our listeners is to know that just after voting today, they will close at 6 p.m. this evening, and they will be counting. And within 15 days, the National Election Commission must validate after those courts have confirmed the election results in Mozambique. Very important, looking at Frelimo, having been to power since 1975, and the opposition Cabo Delgado, Oliver. We have been told that there will be elections today. So let's wait and see what will happen in the land of Samora Machel.
Yeah. Political instability and political drama in Kenya continues as its parliament voted to impeach Deputy President Gachagua.
Oliver, here what we are seeing now is only for the Senate to consider this motion. Despite that, you can still go back to the courts. The Vice President has fallen off with President Ruto. Charges are that the issue of enriching himself, stirring ethnic hatred. But what is key in this motion is that the parliamentarians yesterday, when they voted, Oliver, it is a serious margin, 281. They don't want him. And others are saying this will be a historic in Kenya, where you see the Vice President being removed through the parliamentary impeachment process. Like I've said to you, Oliver, it's for the Senate to have the two-third majority to remove the Vice President of Kenya.
Yeah. Burkina Faso and Russia are talking about military cooperation.
Oliver, this is not new. Remember that 2023, the Russia-Africa Summit, Putin have already spoken about military technical agreements with African countries. So when you look at the meeting of yesterday of the Defense Minister of Russia and the Prime Minister of Burkina Faso, Tambela, it was to say that we are going into military ties, we are going to work together, and that's how you see that when you look at Russia's index in terms of the sale of trade, the sale of military agreements, it has been in the Sahel, it has been in Niger, Burkina Faso, Guinea-Bissau, and Mali. So you will understand that Burkina Faso, for them, it is to deal with some terrorist elements that are in the Sahel region. So this was an important meeting yesterday in Moscow between Burkina Faso and Russia.
Yeah, there's been concerns and rumors about Paul Biya, the Cameroonian president, because he hasn't been seen in over a month. And the government came out just saying the 91-year-old president is just fine.
You know, Oliver, this is shocking because yesterday it was blazing all over the Twitter streets that the old man is like he has passed on. You know, there's some issues that he didn't even appear in the China-Africa Forum. That was the last time they saw him in the China-Africa Forum. But there was a French, the Afro-Francophone meeting that was in Paris over this weekend, and he was not seen. Now, the government saying that those reports are pure fantasy. The old man will be coming back in Cameroon. But as you can check, others wanted a clarity and a confirmation that is the 91-year-old Paul Biya still alive. Because if you look, once he can be removed in power, Oliver, we need to look who will succeed the longest-serving president of Cameroon.
Wait, he hasn't returned since he went to China?
No, since he went to China, that was the last time he was shown there, and he was not at the... You know, the issue, it is the same like Ali Bongo. You know, when you think of these leaders in West Africa, Cameroon, and what happened with Ali Bongo in Gabon, it was the same issue. They disappear, and after that, they go for medical treatment, and later you don't know what has happened to these African long-standing presidents in West Africa. But like I said to you, it has been going on. Government is trying to manage those Twitter streets about that the old man has kicked the bucket.
Yeah, and it was on this day in 1962 when Uganda was liberated from the Great Britain.
Yeah, today is 62 years. It can be 1962, but it's 62 years ago when Uganda gained its independence, Oliver, as you have said, going into democratic monarchies from the Angola, the Buganda, the Bunyoro, the Toro. And you remember the first Prime Minister of Uganda during the time was Milton Obote. You remember Idi Amin. But now Yoweri Museveni today will be celebrating the Independence Day in one of the cities, in one of the town council called Busia District. Under the theme Independence Day, a recommitment to secure and fortify our destiny. You know, Museveni, Oliver, he's been a long-serving president also since 1986, but today they're celebrating an Independence Day in Uganda. It means Uganda is a public holiday in that land of Museveni and Dada Idi Amin. Oliver, as we are still in a conversation, SAFM observing the Africa Human Rights Month.
Thank you very much. It's 10 minutes before 7.
For years, Outsurance has been saying they'll save you money on your car insurance, or you can ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand cash if they don't. Here's Fundi, 46 from Brackenfell.
I was not happy with what I was paying. I heard about the 500 Rand from Outsurance, but they give me lesser amount for my car. I'm paying 523 Rand on my 2013 Hyundai iX35.
So here's how it works. SMS out to 30754. We'll give you a no-obligation car insurance quote. If the quote is less than than you're currently paying, you'll end up saving money on your car insurance every month. And if it's more than you're currently paying, you can ask for 500 Rand. And if you've been with the same insurer and claim free for 3 years or more, tell us you want 1,500 Rand.
Give Outsurance a call. It's a win-win. You can't lose.
SMS out to 30754 now. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and limits apply. Premiums are risk profile dependent and reviewed annually. Client comments do not constitute financial advice.
CAF President Dr. Patrice Motsepe said, the exponential growth and global competitiveness of football in Africa has resulted in substantial interests from major African and international broadcasters in African football. SABC has been participating competitively in the CAF media rights bids. CAF welcomes them as partners, joining a number of CAF's media rights holders. We are committed to ensuring that CAF's competitions, including its broadcast products, are world-class.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's back to the office largely for the hybrid work base this morning, so lots of traffic around, particularly in the northern suburbs of Joburg. And of course, there's so many traffic lights that have been out for the longest time. And these are really substantial junctions on some of the busiest commuting routes in the city of Joburg. Routes like Malabongwe and River Kayasan, Malabongwe Vikkoppen, Malabongwe Bel Airs, Malabongwe at the N1, Malabongwe at Siaswat. So it's just traffic all over that route. Vikkoppen at Riverbends down, Cedar at Uranium's offline, Willie Mandela at Daneford, Willie Mandela at Monte Cassino, Willie Mandela at the N1, so lots of delays all over that route as well. And then Main at Robin, just south of Vikkoppen Junction. If you're in from Lone Hill towards Bryanston, some additional delays there as well. All of those junctions basically long term, so nothing new, but it is just really busy. The Mike 1 is under pressure today. This is a different traffic pattern. You're going to slow up from the N1 Buccleuch all the way down to about Glenhove Road this morning. That runs through Woodmead, Sandton and Melrose is very heavy. Queuing up on the R59 towards Michelle Avenue. If you're in from the Vaal, there's some additional pressures to work through. And the N4 into Pretoria, big queues this morning from Watermouth through towards Hatfield. Just make sure you've got plenty of time to get through to Pretoria or get into Hatfield if you're using that N4 highway. Durban, the earlier crash has reopened the M7 between the Belleville Road exit and the N2. Traffic still very busy on that route from the Queensborough exit down in towards the N2 highway, but the scene is out of the way. Broken down vehicle before Spaghetti Junction, so heavy coming in from Paradise Valley. By the time you get to sort of Pavilion Mall, it's all pretty heavily backed up. Busy conditions driving into Cape Town on the N2. There's a crash at Gerber Boulevard, Gans Park area of Somerset West, so that is slow go. N2 as you come up towards Victoria Street, it's all very busy through there. And lots of traffic on Marine Drive again, Bayside through to Sunset Beach, and then Milnerton High School down to Pardon Island, looking quite busy as well. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Catch the Tastemaster Junior this Tuesday evening at 7 on SABC2. With only 5 contestants left in the competition, the heat is on. This week, they must prepare a family feast with the help of a sous chef who also happens to be their parent. It's a big challenge, but the reward is even bigger. That's the Tastemaster Junior this Tuesday evening at 7. Repeat Wednesdays at 1 and Sundays at 4 p.m. Only on SABC2.
The Desert Warriors are looking for their third victory to maintain a 100% winning record. Togo are fighting for their first win after 2 draws in their opening 2 matches. This is the top of the table contest in Group E. Experience the journey to Morocco in the Total Energies AFCON 2025 qualifier. Algeria versus Togo on Thursday, 10 October at 9 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available everywhere for everyone. Always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Big stories of the day. Hashtag the morning brief.
Taking your calls, give us a call 086 000 2032 086 000 2032. You can send us your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104107. Lisib, I'm going to come to you very shortly. Let's have a listen at this WhatsApp voice note that has come through on our WhatsApp line.
Good morning, Oliver. Then good morning to SAFM listeners. I mean, Oliver, I just don't understand why you are making this a Kamala Harris issue. For me, it seems as if you are endorsing Kamala Harris. That is what I'm hearing and what I'm observing. from SABC, especially from you as a presenter. You can at least educate me or clarify, if you may. Thanks. This is Luzuko.
I'm not understanding. Am I endorsing Kamala Harris because I'm speaking about her in relation to her and Donald Trump being presidential candidates for their respective parties? Or am I endorsing Kamala Harris because I raised the issue around her as the vice president of the country in the midst of a major crisis, a natural disaster, calling the governor of a state to talk about how to handle this, and the governor of the state rejects a call and blatantly refuses to speak to her? Is that I'm not understanding what the endorsement is. I've made no value judgment on Kamala Harris and or her leadership. I'm not sure where the endorsement part comes in. Talking about something is not endorsing something. Let's go to the lines. Lisiba in Kobokwana, good morning.
Good morning, Oliver, and good morning to our producer, Levin. Thanks for taking my call. You see, before my issue, I just want to say to the people of Mozambique to say, go there in your numbers and make sure that you defend your revolution and revolutionary gains, because under Frelimo we've been seeing the country, Oliver, progressing economically, socially. The country is just stable. And we can see even in our own country, the Mozambicans that were in South Africa now going home without being pushed because the economy there home is doing best, and we believe that Frelimo needs to be given another chance just to continue making sure that the country of Mozambique becomes stable.
Okay. Sorry, you wanted to say one last thing, 30 seconds, go for it.
Yes, I just want to say the issue of crime in South Africa, it's reaching alarming proportion, because if you look, especially in KwaZulu-Natal, in Eastern Cape, the way people have been kicked like flies, like birds, it's really a serious concern to us as a country, to us as a nation, and the security of the country. We just want to make sure all the security cluster, Oliver, justice, police, and other law enforcement, just to work together, because it doesn't help for us, for the policing part of it to need a lot of money. Because you see, to fight crime in South Africa.
I'm unfortunately going to have to leave it. I think your point has been made there. Thank you so much for your call. Appreciate it. Lisiba calling us there from Kobokwana. Let's have a listen at this WhatsApp voice note.
Hi, Oliver. I'm just listening to your interview with Dr. Barnes. And the worrying thing here is that you're not really addressing the problem in the background. And those are informal settlements that are in the Western Cape area. You'll find Woodbridge Island, the water system there is heavily polluted, and the actual source of that are informal settlements that have no sewage facilities there. And I think the same thing's happening in Hout Bay. You also have a big informal settlement there, no sewage facilities, and as a result, all the raw sewage is running into the rivers there, and eventually ending up on the beaches and in the sea. Thanks, Mike and Kabeja.
Mike, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. And I think that can be a contributing factor. Poor sanitation for informal settlements and communities, and the poor handling of sewer excrement being a part of the problem, not just that there's excrement going not through a sewer system into the river stream, but also the fact that even in the sewer treatment plants, it is not treated correctly and well all of the time, and that's also a contributing factor. The city of Cape Town has some serious questions to answer in terms of this. Let's have a listen at this last one.
By far the worst concern about South Africa's flood wave of crime surely must be that the police themselves are deeply involved in those crimes, like kidnapping and extortion, yes, and murder of innocent people, especially that murder of Kinya, the detective who was going to clean up the gun shootings in the Western Cape. What are we going to do about the police?
Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Essential cover from Outsurance pays out claims in cash, allowing you to choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43187 now.
In our top stories, ANC Greater Tshwane region considers supporting Action SA, and Gauteng Premier calls for thorough probe into alleged food poisoning deaths. Good morning. The ANC in the Greater Tshwane region says it's considering supporting Action SA's Nasipi Moya for the city's mayoral position. This as the city is set to elect a new mayor today following the ousting of the DA Celia Brink. The party announced yesterday that no names have been brought forward for the mayoral position. ANC Tshwane spokesperson Bafuze Yabu says the party will not support any candidate from the DA.
The Secretary General of the ANC would have been clear yesterday at the presser that there is no deal between the ANC and the DA, and therefore we cannot be seen deviating from the instructions of a national structure. There is no Brink who's coming back. We have not received any such instructions, and therefore we will not be supporting the candidate of the Democratic Alliance today.
Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi has called on the police to leave no stone unturned in their investigation into the deaths of 5 children in Aledi, Soweto. The children died due to suspected poison food bought from one of the local spaza shops on Sunday. The children are between the ages of 6 and 10 years old. One child is still in ICU in hospital. Lesufi was speaking outside the home of one of the affected families in Soweto.
And I want to thank the Deputy Commissioner, Gekana, who's here, the hard work of the team within the shortest possible time, the forensics that have been taken, the tracking of the manufacturers of the alleged content, and the ability to ensure that they've been in a position to have a team that can literally follow up on every lead that they've found. It was a difficult task to move from one family to another. What we are conveying to the families is that we are also saddened, but they must be assured of our support, and they must also be assured about the work of the police.
Limpopo Premier Dr. Popi Ramatuba has addressed the beneficiaries and former workers of the government-owned bus company, Great North Transport, who held a night vigil outside her offices. The beneficiaries are demanding pension payout payments. The bus company management allegedly used more than 300 million rand of the pension funds for the daily operations. According to a forensic report, workers' pension funds were deducted but were not paid to the pension administrator. Premier Ramatuba has promised to address their concerns.
I believe that the affected 129 beneficiaries are the ones who are here. Before you hold a night vigil, enlist your names and all your details. We'll be able to process your payments.
Western Cape authorities have dealt with over 11,000 fires for the year to date, and with a hot and windy summer season ahead, this number is expected to exceed 15,000. Disaster management officials say a number of risk reduction and preparedness measures are in place for the upcoming fire season. Displacement, flooding, infrastructure damage and power outages are just some of the challenges. The Western Cape Disaster Management Head, Colin Diner.
The system that we currently have, which we demonstrated to you, the decision support tool, we've probably been using for about 10 years, but we have now identified technology improves and we are actually in the process of significantly upgrading. It is something that takes time because it's not an off-the-shelf product, you have to implement it. So we're hoping that in about next year this time we will be in a position to be able to do that. And we don't just want to do it for flooding. We're looking at fire modeling, we're looking at a whole range of different things. It's something that it acts as a force multiplier for us.
And finally, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has warned the Lebanese people they face destruction on the same scale as Gaza unless they reject Hezbollah. Lebanese media said the latest Israeli strikes have caused devastation in the south and east of Beirut. The BBC's Anna Foster has the details.
Once again, the sound of loud explosions from Israeli airstrikes are echoing around the capital. In the south of Lebanon as well, powerful strikes throughout the day. More than 130 targets have been hit by the Israeli Air Force, and we also know that Israel have put more troops again into the south of the country. Benjamin Netanyahu making this very strong statement earlier. He said directly to the Lebanese people, he threatened that if Hezbollah wasn't removed from Lebanon, that this country could end up like Gaza. And that, I think, is a strong message and one that's really concerning people, not just here, but I would imagine around the world as well.
Recapping the top story, the ANC in the Greater Tshwane region says it's considering supporting Action SA's Nasipi Moya for the city's mayoral position. This as the city is set to elect a new mayor today. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
And that's the news for this hour. Theft, accident and 1 million rand liability cover, all covered by Outsurance Essential. Get a quote today. SMS call to 43187. What's the hype about Outsurance Essential and how is it different to any other car insurance out there? Outsurance Essential is specifically designed and priced for older cars. After an accident, claims are paid in cash, so you can choose the panel beater you want to use. And now, Outsurance also offers motor warranty for vehicle and electrical breakdowns. Get savings with Outsurance Essential for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 Rand. SMS car to 43187. That's car to 43187 today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's and information online.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, very busy still in the northern suburbs of Joburg, routes with faulty traffic lights like Winnie Mandela, like Malabongwe, Cedar Road in at Uranium, that's heavy coming in from Broadacres, and you've also got some traffic light faults at Dainfern, plus a collision to deal with Winnie Mandela at Uranium. So coming in from Dainfern, it's heavy on that Lone Hill Road out towards Winnie Mandela's quite a heavy backlog as well. The Mike 1 from Buccleuch down to Caller Drive, absolutely solid today, and lots of pressure into Santa, particularly Rivonia Road coming from the Sunny Hill side all the way down through Morningside down towards sort of South Road Junction. Very busy on that Rivonia run this morning. Durban, a breakdown at Spaghetti Junction. The entry inbound parks heavily back all the way through and beyond the Pavilion Mall. The M4 on your way towards Umhlanga is heavy up through the Durban North exit towards Virginia Airport. And Cape Town, no traffic lights. Well, they're on a flash mode. Bosman's down at the N7. That's likely to be really busy around that busy junction. Anyway, and a crash on the N2 inbound at Somerset West at Gants Park, just slowing traffic arriving from Gordons Bay. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
A very good morning to you. In your SFM sports headlines, it's rugby. The Springboks are preparing for their UK tour with unbeaten ambitions. And in cricket action, the Proteas must win. And this is their clash against Scotland in the Women's T20 World Cup today. All the details around 8:30.
The Morning Brief, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
This is the Morning Brief. My name is Oliver Dickson. It's 8 minutes after 8 o'clock. Tulasizwe Similane had interviewed Higgins Mdluli of the Cane Growers Association on Tuesday. Higgins is made the case for why they call on a 6-year moratorium at a minimum on the sugar tax so that cane growers and the sugar value chain can recover from significant losses. Of course, the health promotion levy, or what you and I loosely call the sugar tax, has brought a lot of strain on the balance sheet of a lot of companies downstream in the sugar value chain. One example being Coca-Cola, for instance, who enacted retrenchments. And part of the case they made in court about why they're enacting retrenchments, they said they've had a reduction in a loss of revenue directly linked to, for instance, the sugar tax, because the time, they say, of when those losses began correlates with in part, the sugar tax. Now, that is the broader case, right, that the value chain, the sugar value chain, has been making over the last couple of years, in fact. But various organizations like HEALA, for instance, reject that. And they say, one, a lot of the losses and strain that the sugar industry is facing right now are self-imposed and not always to do with the sugar tax. We're going to be speaking and giving a right of reply to that conversation, and we're going to be speaking to Professor Susan Goldstein, who's the Deputy Director of Priceless at WITS. And then in this hour, we're also going to be talking about National Nutrition Week and focusing on the choices you make around your food on a daily basis and what impact that has on your body, your health level, and your energy levels. We're going to be speaking to Shonisani Nepalama, who is a registered dietitian and nutrition lead at the Heart and Stroke Foundation of South Africa. We're going to be talking about drone technology and how it assists in security in a very short while. It's 11 minutes after 8.
The Leopards and Taifa Stars have a big battle in the top of the table clash. DRC is only interested in 3 points to maintain their winning rhythm, while the East Africans also want victory to sustain their unbeaten run in Group H. This is the Total Energies AFCON 2025 qualifier. Experience the journey to Morocco, DR Congo versus Tanzania on Thursday, 10 October at 6 p.m. Live everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Ethical is what defines our business. I think Outsurance does have integrity. They are not just there for the money, they're there to create a relationship. It's like a partner in business. It's the best thing we've ever done to switch over to Outsurance. It's a no-brainer.
Switch to Business Outsurance today and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. SMS quote to 43328. That's quote to 43328 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
The only talk radio morning breakfast show that makes sense. The Morning Brief.
Drone technology has been one of those nascent pieces of technological innovations that have transformed many industries. Medicine, for instance, in rural parts of Kenya, clinics and hospitals transport medicine to patients using drones. Right, drone technology has assisted greatly in disaster relief management because you can use unmanned aircrafts such as drones to have water dispersed over large areas of fault fires, for instance. We've seen that in the city of Cape Town. But security, that is also one sector and one industry that has immensely benefited from drone technology in securing. In fact, there seems to be a correlative effect, a relationship between the use of drones as a security device and a security tool and the amount of arrests and crimes that have been solved, particularly if you look at the mining sector. Let's talk to Kopane Tolo, who's a drone expert at ITOO Special Risks. Kopane, good morning. Thank you so much for your time. I really do appreciate it. How widely used are drones in security?
Good morning, Oliver, and thanks for having me. Drones are actually used, adopted widely in the security space, as we're seeing more and more security companies adopting the technology itself into their operations for reaching, covering a wide area of scope which is needed to be covered.
Yeah, practicalize it for us. Typically, how would that be used, and how do and how does it lead to convictions, sentencing, and even perhaps preventing?
So drones can cover large areas more quickly than traditional methods. So ideally making monitoring a large properties, critical infrastructures or public events much more easier. It provides aerial perspective of what is actually happening on the ground, which provides advantages for spotting potential threats, intruders or suspicious activities that might not be visible from the ground. This also provides real-time visual footage from the cameras and sensors which the drones come with. So it's real-time data and real-time decisions which can be made to respond to certain anomalies which are happening on the ground.
Yeah. How expensive is it as a security tool?
So for a security drone, which is an M3 multi-spec, could cost you around about 180,000 Rand.
What is an M3 multi-spec? How big is it? How long does it fly? How complex is it?
So it's actually around about, you get this drone being around about 1 kilogram, rounding it off. And you get operational time of these drones, you get around about 20 to 25 minutes operating time for this drone, which you can operate during the day and at night because it also comes with thermal reading, night vision sensors.
Mm-hmm. And so what, you fly it for 20 minutes, you ground it, you charge it for how long, and then you get it back up in the air?
Yes, so you can also simultaneously also change your batteries for operations. So you can use this drone in a real chase, or you can set it at specific parameters or specific times in order to patrol certain areas of whatever property that you'll be guarding at that time.
Yeah, I would assume it's mostly private security companies that use this. Do you know if SAPS uses this, for instance?
On my side, I've had conversations with some people within the SEPs, which I think they are trying to explore using or adopting drone technology into some of their operations to see from a security, from an aerial view, what it can bring to them from a response perspective or from a readiness perspective. But however, we are seeing a huge adoption from the private security space, which is also assisting in terms of from a safety perspective for the people on the ground. So it's better equipping them to know what they are going to face in a time of need.
Yeah. I mean, drones themselves are not risk-free, right? They could fall out of the sky and hurt somebody. They could fall out of the sky and damage somebody's property. How do drone operators mitigate against that?
Definitely. Thanks for that question. So at I2 Special Risk, we cover drone insurance. So we are the providers of the insurance in the air for any operational perspective. So you're able to cover the asset itself, which you might have bought. However, there is another huge risk exposure. When you start operating in the air, you need liability insurance attached to that specific drone. As you did mention that the drone itself can crash into a person's property. It can hurt and injure an individual on the ground, or it might crash into a person's vehicle. And there are legal expenses which do arise from those incidents, where the insurance is a critical point to have for a drone operator in the space.
Yeah. Kopano, thank you so much for your time this morning. Really do appreciate it. Kopano Tolo is a drone expert at ITOO Special Risks, 17 minutes after 8.
EFC 118 promises to be one of the most scintillating fight nights in recent memory, with two standout matchups. Fresh off his incredible run in The Ultimate Fighter, Rody Roots battles for the interim featherweight strap against deadly kickboxing specialist Ayanda Zwane, whilst the co-main event witnesses the return of the one and only Martin the Punisher Van Staden, who takes on fellow veteran Hanru the Bully Boda. EFC 118 from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Great things can happen when you play Lotto for a life-changing 70 million rand estimated jackpot this Wednesday. That's right. Play Lotto for an estimated 70 million rand jackpot today, and luck could be on your side. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120*7529# for USSD. Panda, Pusha, play. Players must be 18 years old or play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
So why should I use We Buy Cars if I want to sell my vehicle?
Because We Buy Cars buys cars.
But will I get the right price?
Of course. We Buy Cars buys thousands of vehicles and knows exactly what every vehicle is worth. Their buyers deliver exceptional service and pay you immediately.
And how do I know what they'll pay for my vehicle?
It's easy. Visit webuycars.co.za or use the We Buy Cars app. Follow the simple steps and voila, you'll know your car's value in no time. We Buy Cars. Quick, easy, the best.
The Science of Life on SAFM.
19 minutes after 8, it is National Nutrition Week, and once again a highlight on some of the food choices we make and some of the food choices we have and don't have. Shonisani Nepalama, who's a registered dietitian and nutrition lead at the Heart and Stroke Foundation of South Africa, joins us now. Shonisani, good morning. Thank you so much for your time. Nutrition is one of those stark reminders of the sheer scale of inequality in South Africa. Some people have a choice about what they can eat and not eat, while some don't have a choice, and it's often the poor that don't have a choice. They're left to eat food that are highly processed, high in sugar, high in salt, and other preservatives that are not necessarily good for the body. And you can see it. You can see the impact of that in the health index of low-income households. How do we expand the choices of people, but also how do we make them aware of what choices they may have when it comes to nutrition?
Good morning and good morning to the listeners. Thank you for having us today. Yes, the consumption of food that is high in sugar, salt, and fat, it increases the one choice of being obesity as well as to develop non-communicable disease like diabetes, hypertension, as well as other heart disease. So to answer your question on how people can expand, we need to, as people, we need to ask to have healthy food available for us. We can do this usually by asking the people or the communities or the shoppers around us to provide easily accessible fresh fruits as well as fresh vegetables as well as whole grains food, because fresh fruit and vegetables and whole grains, they do help us to develop healthier habits. We can also at home grow a garden that we plant vegetables as well as fruits. And also the other thing that we can do to increase that we are eating healthier food, we can learn to cook healthier meals at home that have a limited amount of fat, sugar as well as salt, because that way we will be getting a nutritious food that will help us to have a stronger immunity to prevent diseases.
I know the answer to this question is often trite and sometimes obvious, but I think it bears a reinscription into food consciousness today. What is a nutritious meal?
Nutritious meal is defined as a meal that will provide you with the energy that you need. It is also a meal that doesn't have a high in fat. It's low in fat, it's low in sugar, it's low in salt, and also it combines all food groups. When I mean all food group, it means that it contains fresh fruit and vegetable. It contains whole grains like rice, brown bread, and also it contains lean protein, which can either be a chicken or a fish, and also it contains dairy, which are low fat, and also you do also incorporate or drink in plain water throughout the day. So that's how you do a nutritious meal.
Why is it that many of us don't eat a balanced, nutritious meal like that, even when we have the ability, means, and options to?
I think most of the time it's because most of us, we always say that we don't have time to prepare meals. Then we kind of like opt to buy already highly processed food or fast food that are high in salt, sugar, and fat. So if we can start by making the food that we eat ourselves at home, we will then be able to have a nutritious meal at home. We can do this by most of the time because I know that during the week we are also going to work, there's children, there's that. So when we are off on weekends, we can try and pre-chop vegetables, try and cook more meals, keep them on the freezer, so that throughout the week we can just defrost to make our quicker meals that are healthy that we can eat with our family members.
What is the direct link between nutrition or malnutrition and the overall health index of the country?
With regards to malnutrition and nutrition, the malnutrition currently is increasing in South Africa. Just to give you stats currently, the National Food and Nutrition Security Survey that was done in 2023, they found that overweight is increasing for children under 5 years from 13% in 2016 to 22.6% now in 2023. And as well as the number of children that are underweight is also on the rise from 2016 to 2022 by 1.1%. And also with the adults as well, the high number of women that are obese, it has increased to 68%, which just highlight how the malnutrition is high in our country. So just to differentiate what's malnutrition, malnutrition can be classified into 3 categories. It can be classified into undernutrition, where a person is not getting or adequate protein, adequate energy, adequate carbohydrate, as well as adequate fat, which will then lead to them having a lesser than what they need. Then we have overnutrition or overnutrition, which is then the person is consuming more than they need. Most of the time, when it happens, most of the time people are consuming more energy as well as more carbohydrates compared to the protein than they need. Then we have
sorry for interjecting there. What is the right ratio of carbohydrates, protein, and fats?
It will differ according to the body weight, but the distribution of the time the dietitian are able to calculate for you on how much you will need. But it can vary from 45% to 60% for carbohydrates to the total energy. Then for the protein, it can be between 15 to of the total energy. Then the fat will be between 20 to 25% of the total energy. But with that, the dietitian can be able to choose the right ratio for you, depending on your goal, depending on how much you need per day.
Yeah, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Shonisani Nepalama, who is a registered dietitian. Really appreciate your time this morning. Let's have a listen at this WhatsApp voice note in reaction to that conversation.
Thank you so much.
When it comes to these health matters, I think we should be realistic. We're talking about sugar tax, we're talking about nutrition, but just go to the public hospital. From their breakfast to supper, I think, apparently what they give people is sugar, everything, tea, oats, all sugar stuff are there. Your rice, your pap, every day people are being given bad diet at the hospitals. And now they are punishing the very same poor people. So it's like, go to hospital and we'll finish off whatever it is that you were trying to, sort out in terms of your health issues. So let's be realistic. Health matters and government, they are just two different things.
Thank you very much for that. Really appreciate it. Let's take your call. 086 000 2032.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
Let's go to the lines. Mukwena in Rustenburg, good morning. Go for it.
Oliver, how are you, my brother?
I'm fantastic, sir.
Good. Quickly, I think we need to comment what the MK party has done with the former judge, John Thorpe, resigning from the JSC. I think it is a commendable thing. He has realized that, it was very much best for him to step down. We really applaud him for that, of which we are also expecting the Minister of Justice also to recuse herself while she's having this issue, black cloud looming over her head. But it's what it is. And one other thing again, I heard Umaseng yesterday saying that every person or South Africans are supporting the JNU. And I was saying to myself, how can she say South Africans are supporting the GNU, whereas their own tripartite alliance, Solomon Paila keeps on vehemently refusing what the GNU stands for.
Okay, I just want to ask you this question. Yeah, I agree with you. There's an overhyping of the general sentiment South Africans may have in the GNU when we don't actually have data that tells us how South Africans feel about it. I do hope that we do extensive polling on that. Anyone who claims that will be thumb-sucking that at the moment. But I do want to ask you this. Do you think Dr. Hlophe and the MK party had decided it was best for him to resign as a commissioner out of best interest of the commission and its work? Or do you think, and why do you think that is the case?
No, they've realized that there was a pushback which did not allow him to be there. I think morally and ethically, it was only fair for John Thorpe not to be part of the to be a commissioner.
And you think the MK party had made that realization?
They made that realization, and
their statement doesn't suggest that. Their statement doesn't suggest that. They still think he's ethically fit to serve on the Judicial Service Commission.
But between you and me, if you have been fair, morally and ethically, he has been impeached. So you therefore don't expect him to partake on the judicial matter going forward. That's, I think, ethically and morally, we should. It is, or it's all about.
Yeah, you may hold that view, but I'm not sure that the MK party, that he had resigned because of that reason. I'm curious, and I ask that because we don't know, right? So we're all speculating about this. I'm curious about what the real reason is behind his resignation. It would be fascinating if the MK party one day tells us what the real reason is. But thank you so much.
From what we have on the table, Oliver, is the fact that you just have to applaud that he has resigned.
I think you are happy about it.
No, I'm happy because they are doing something ethically and morally shows that they want to take South Africa forward, and they are also taking us into confidence. I'm happy about that. What I'm not happy about is Masingi giving us saying that the GNU is indeed thriving, whereas it's not.
Yeah, okay.
Look what is happening currently with
we are unfortunately out of time. I'm going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it, Mukwena, calling us there from Rustenburg. Give us a call, 086 000 2032. It's 8:30. Let's take your latest headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Oliver. In the headlines, the ANC in the Greater Tshwane region says it's considering supporting Action SA's Nasipi Moya for the city's mayoral position. This as the city is set to elect a new mayor today. One person will appear at the Lusikisiki Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape in connection with the mass murder of 18 people at Ngobozana village. And it's all systems go for Mozambique's National Elections Commission to run the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections today. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Still really heavy on the mic one this morning, straight through from Woodmead, Santon, through Melrose, right down to Glenhove Road. If you're coming off the N1 to Clue, you might want to sort of get off at Woodmead or Santon and try Louis Botha perhaps as an alternative route down through Wynberg and Bramley. That mic one all the way down to Glenhove Road is super heavy. A lot of traffic pressure into Santon as well. Rivonia Road through Morningside, South Road from the Marlborough Drive side through Morningside, pretty busily backed up as well. The N1 very slow coming out of Pretoria still for this time of morning. You'll sit between Rigel Avenue and the construction closures around the R21 interchange. Durban bound from Pinetown, very busy on both the M13 and N3. You've got roadwork showing up through Paradise Valley and then a breakdown at Spaghetti Junction causing a delay in from Pavilion Mall side. Cape Town, bit of rain this morning, so everything just generally slower. Plus it's sort of peaking midweek volumes on a Wednesday as well. For example, N1 from Old Oak Road, Brackenfell territory. You'll get there and you'll see traffic that stays all the way through to the city centre. Marine Drive still chock-a-block. Goodwood, very busy. Ford Trekker Road, Jake Scoville, lot of traffic all over that junction in that heart of Goodwood. The Jan Smuts run out of Athlone still backlogging through towards sort of Gunners Circle on your way from Athlone through to Epping and Old Mutual, very slow. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Very good morning. Let's start with the Springboks. They are gearing up for an exciting end-of-year tour in Europe, aiming to maintain their stellar form. After clinching the Castle Rugby Championship, Rassie Erasmus's men will face Scotland, England and Wales. That's in November, determined to finish the year unbeaten. Having won 8 out of 10 games so far this season, the Boks are ready to bring their signature intensity to the UK. Their campaign kicks off on the 10th of November against Scotland, followed up by matchups with England and Wales. In the meantime, cricket, crunch time for the Proteas in the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. They prepare to face Scotland today with just 2 games left. The Proteas women must secure wins against both Scotland and Bangladesh to keep their hopes alive for a semi-final spot. Soccer, the SuperSport United striker Lila Kay insists they are not fazed by the excitement around Kaizer Chiefs after the two sides were pitted together in the Carling Black Label Cup. Kay says there was a score to settle with Chiefs, especially with SuperSport currently struggling in the league.
You know, obviously our coach there, before. So, yeah, and for me, all the years that I played against Chiefs, if I look at it, between Chiefs and Pirates, personally, I've won more games against Pirates than what I've won against Chiefs. And, that coming on the other side where I've been at Sundowns, whereas when I was at Celtic, I won more games against against Sundowns than what I've won against Chiefs, So, yeah, that would be good. And obviously, if you look at all the teams now, I think there's more hype around Chiefs than Pirates and Sundowns, even though Pirates are on a good run, and obviously them winning the M10 now. But yeah, it would be a good feeling, but personally, for me, it's more about progressing to the next round than obviously beating Chiefs.
Meanwhile, Kaizer Chiefs goalkeeper Brandon Peterson is fully fit and ready to battle for the number 1 jersey after recovering from a finger injury. He's eager to contribute and help Chiefs break their trophy drought by competing in every tournament, starting with the upcoming Carling knockout against SuperSport United. Peterson praising the coach Nazruddin Nabi and the technical team for bringing much-needed stability and a new style of play to the squad.
And I think with a new technical team coming in, it's just, taking that thing off the light and making the light shine again. Because if you look at it, the bulk of our players we have is players that's been there for a while. So I think it's just that belief and that energy, they brought to the team, making players hungry for the game again, wanting to achieve, wanting to be better, wanting to be the best.
That's the Kaizer Chiefs goalkeeper Brandon Peterson on the morning brief. Now, tennis. Novak Djokovic continuing his pursuit of a 100th career title, dismantling the Italian youngster Flavio Cobolli to reach the last 16 of the Shanghai Masters. The 37-year-old Serb was clinical in a 6-1, 6-2 win, which took over little over an hour. And finally, motorsport. Nasser Al-Attiyah remains on course to win his third straight World Rally Raid Championship title after going second fastest, 13 seconds behind Lucas Moraes on stage 2 of the Rally Morocco. It was an excellent day for the new sand rider. Al-Attiyah's teammate Sebastian Loeb took third place on the stage and climbed to fifth overall. Meanwhile, Carlos Sainz, the most successful driver in Ford's lineup with 4 Dakar victories and 42 stage wins, failed to even start the second stage, suffering technical difficulties, ending his challenge in Morocco. That's a wrap of your sport on the morning brief. We'll bring you more sport on SFM around 12:30 with John Herriger. I'm Zai Khan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
And Darling Lucella's back with the business update this morning. We start with this. ABSA got a regulatory approval for the appointment of a CEO, but this instance, it's really just the interim CEO that is going to be appointed in this instance, it seems, because we haven't received a name, have we? What have you been hearing, Darling? Is it Rutten or is it someone else?
That's right, Oliver. So this just brings about, concerns about the absence of a clear succession plan for its top executive position. The bank, of course, as you mentioned, has received regulatory approval to appoint its 6th CEO in 6 years. However, an interim CEO, which is Charles Russon, who will be stepping in from next Tuesday, the 15th of October, replacing Ari Rautenbach. Now, Rautenbach's tenure as CEO was marked by controversy, particularly regarding transformation initiatives within the bank. Reports emerged of senior black executives expressing concerns over appointments and the planned removal of the head of Africa operations. And shareholder activist organization Just Share criticized the lender for inadequate women representation at the executive level. I recently attended an event hosted by the SARB and had the opportunity to chat to the head of the Prudential Authority, Fundi, who said they are watching everything playing out at ABSA, but they will not make any official comment on, everything playing out in terms of the leadership. Now, the effect of these issues, combined with underwhelming earnings compared to peers and the lack of a clear succession strategy, has weighed on investor confidence in ABSA. When looking at its share price year to date, that stock is only up 4% compared to its peers. Nedbank's share price surging over 37% year to date, followed by Standard Bank gaining 14% and First Rand share price rising close to 13% during the same period.
Yeah, my goodness, it looks like a good time to have been holding banking stocks over the last couple of years. So, just on this lastly, and I do think it's important here, ABSA's gotten a regulatory approval for the appointment of an interim CEO, and approval to then find a new CEO. Yes. Russon has been acting since Ari left. Was he acting without regulatory approval? How does that work?
I guess he was still in while Ari was supporting him. So Ari's retirement officially starts from the 15th of October, and I guess this is now an official take-in of Russon as interim CEO. Ari will still be in for, I think, the next 6 months to just be to help, I guess, Russon with the transformation period.
Right. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Sticking with banking, Standard Bank, and you said that their share price has been up 14%, has accounted for some of their growth due to PayShap. Now, PayShap, of course, is owned or administered by the Reserve Bank.
Yes.
I've never actually used it, but I do know friends and family that use PayShap quite regularly. How has it improved Standard Bank's share price in particular?
All right, so let's start off with what PayShap actually is. It's a payment service that's similar to, FNB's e-wallet and Standard Bank's instant money. But one of the key differences is that it allows for instant transfers between different banks using cell phone numbers. Now, the platform, of course, launched last year by Banks of Africa, and the Payments Association of South Africa enables users to make real-time transfers of up to 3,000 Rand. Major banks in South Africa, including Absa, FNB, Nedbank, and Standard Bank, and Capitec have all come on board with PayShap. Standard Bank in particular has seen significant growth with a tenfold increase in instant payments, mainly driven by the adoption of PayShap. Since its launch, PayShap has processed 74.2 million transactions valued at 46 billion Rand. Now, as part of advancing its digital strategy, Standard Bank has put aside 11 billion Rands, with some of the funds being invested in introducing new services such as PayShap's request to pay feature. So really showing confidence in PayShap and how it integrates into the Standard Bank system.
Yeah. Is it called PayShap or is it called PayShop?
PayShap? I could be wrong. Hey.
No, I'm really asking because I also don't know. I've heard people use both those terms.
I call it PayShap. There's no R, so why would it be PayShop?
South Africans in spelling. We don't know. Let's take a look at those market indicators. It's 20 minutes before the JSE opens. What are we looking at?
Well, local markets are in for a mixed day, with traders eyeing the Fed minutes before making any big bets. In terms of local news, traders will be waking up to an update from packaging and paper company Mondi. On the currency front, the local unit's still on the back foot as the dollar strengthens. The Rand trading at 17.58 to the greenback. Over in the US, futures in the red, sentiment quite different from yesterday's close. And then in Asia, markets ticking higher, with most stocks on track to end the day in the green. Chinese markets, though, backing the overall trend, still in negative territory, with the Shanghai index down over 4% as the stimulus rally on that front starts running out of steam.
Yeah, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time this morning, and Darling, really do appreciate it. On the other side of this, we talk about the Sugarcane Growers Association and their laments around the health promotion levy or the sugar tax. We get a response on that, and I think it's a very important conversation. We will be talking to the director at the Wits Center for Health Economics on that. It's 18 minutes before 9.
The Blue Sharks want to dive deep and secure 3 points to keep the second position in Group C. While the Zebras of Southern Africa are searching for their first win, they want to escape from the basement. Who will enjoy the final whistle dance of celebration? This is the Total Energies AFCON 2025 qualifier. Experience the journey to Morocco. Cape Verde versus Botswana on Thursday, 10 October at 6 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game. Catch the Tastemaster Junior this Tuesday evening at 7 on SABC2. With only 5 contestants left in the competition, the heat is on. This week, they must prepare a family feast with the help of a sous chef who also happens to be their parent. It's a big challenge, but the reward is even bigger. That's the Tastemaster Junior this Tuesday evening at 7. Repeat Wednesdays at 1 and Sundays at 4 p.m. Only on SABC2.
Big stories of the day. Hashtag the morning brief.
Since the introduction of the health promotion levy, or the sugar tax as we call it, the prices of taxable beverages such as a fizzy drink, for instance, has increased over the first year of the tax. And while non-taxable beverages prices did not change, so sugary drinks became more expensive. And after the tax was introduced, purchases of sugary beverages in urban households fell by nearly 30%, and sugar content from these purchases had fallen by more than half. Importantly, poorer households had cut on the volumes of their sugar-sweetened beverages by nearly a third. So the results are there. People are consuming less sugar since the introduction of the sugar tax. That means that sugarcane growers have a smaller market to sell to. They say, as a result of this, they have to lay off people. They have to downscale their businesses, retrench workers, and many of them are saying that they might have to shut down. And as a result, they're calling for a 6-year moratorium on the sugar tax. Let's speak to Professor Susan Goldstein, who is the director at the Wits Center for Health Economics. Prof. Goldstein, good morning. Thank you so much for your time. Really do appreciate it. There seems to be a clear link between sugar tax, sugar consumption, and sugar industry profits and viability. Does a 6-year moratorium turn any of that around in any positive way whatsoever for both us as consumers, but also sugarcane growers?
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. Well, I think there are a number of issues, some of them not quite correct. So yes, there's been a decrease in consumption. What the World Health Organization recommends is a 20% tax, and at the moment our tax sits at 11%. So it's not reaching its optimum height in order for us to decrease sugar enough to have a major impact. However, we have shown that it has had some impact, as you say, especially in lower socioeconomic groups. I think the impact on the sugar industry has to also be contextualized around what has been happening in the sugar industry. So there's been significant dumping of sugar from other countries during droughts. There's been droughts. There's been the impact of the Durban riots, and of course the fraud by Tongaat Hewlett, which seems to be the second biggest fraud in the country after Steinhoff. So these are all issues that relate directly to the sugar industry that have nothing, in fact, to do with the HPL. But having said that,
could both not be true at the same time?
Yes, absolutely. And having said that, I want to just point out the cost of overweight and obesity to South Africa. It's 33 billion rand in 2020. That's what it costs South Africa to have overweight and obese people. And that's not to the individual. So that's not getting to clinics. That's not all the things that you have to do to try and improve your own life. That's just the cost to the country. So that's 15.38% of government health expenditure.
Yeah.
Can that money not be used better for decent work? And I want to just make one other comment about the sugarcane industry, because I know that the cane growers are very concerned, and I do understand we've got a problem with jobs. We really do not need more unemployment. But, over the centuries, jobs have changed, and they've changed according to our knowledge and technology. And sometimes jobs need to change to be different. So maybe growing sugar isn't such a great idea anymore. We understand the impact of sugar. We understand what it does to the environment. Maybe that's something that the industry has to think about.
Yeah. While the cost to the healthcare fiscus is calculable in terms of what the impact of obesity-related diseases are, of course, and sugar being a contributing factor to that, we can't conclusively say the health industry and has made a saving, so to speak, on that. At least not one that we're able to identify in the immediate, right? And so one then has to ask whether or not, given that we can't identify the saving, there's no data that corroborates that at the moment. One has to then ask the question between the trade-off between saving jobs, which we desperately need in South Africa, and you do make the point that jobs are changing. Perhaps we need to reimagine the sector entirely. But those jobs matter right now and matter immediately versus the cost of obesity on the healthcare system, but the undetermined saving on it. As a policymaker, those trade-offs have to be calculated.
Sure.
And how do policymakers make that calculation at the moment?
Well, I think it's not as difficult as you make it sound. I think that I agree with you. There are trade-offs, and there are trade-offs in every single policy decision that is made. I think that what one has to also think about is, okay, so this is a bit long-term. You can't immediately, so you stop drinking sugary beverages and now you're healthy. That doesn't work like that. But it's our future. It's the children of the future. It's the young obese people, and just think of it in another way. If we decided, for example, that heroin could make huge profits and have many jobs available, would that be a good idea?
Yeah.
For the country? Are we prepared to sacrifice the health of people so that we can have some jobs? And just to say that the data that the Cane Growers Association are using is different from Stats South Africa. We've got a study that's actually under review at the moment, which shows there's actually been no losses or gains to the sugar industry.
Okay, not to be reductive here, Professor Goldstein, but is sugar a drug equally as dangerous as heroin?
It's not. Well, it depends what you mean by equally as dangerous. The harm that it's causing across the country and across the world, in fact, we're not alone in this.
Absolutely,
is massive. I mean, diabetes. I don't know if you know people with diabetes who've had feet amputated. It's caused huge harm.
Yeah.
So it's not addictive in the same way that heroin is, and it's not antisocial in the same way that heroin is, but it is as harmful in many ways as heroin is.
Well, to a neurodivergent person like myself, sugar is addictive, and that might be my biggest problem. Professor Goldstein, thank you so much for your time this morning. I really do appreciate it. It's 9 minutes before 9. Let's take your latest traffic.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Driving Pretoria this morning down to Midrand and Joburg. There's been a crash near Jean Avenue. That's on the N14, the Ben Skimmon Highway, so backlogging going on there. Joburg's Mike 1, as we've been detailing this morning, very heavy from Buccleuch all the way down towards sort of Glenhove Road before you're out of that, and some pressure on the N1 to off-ramp without traffic lights at Winnie Mandela North and southbound, still slow there. The R21, if you're leaving the airport, roadworks before the Benoni exit. Quite a heavy queue pushing back towards the Pomona Road off-ramp. Durban bound coming in through Spaghetti Junction. There's a broken down vehicle in the roadwork, so it stays fairly busy from as far back as the Pavilion Mall area. There's also a crash in the roadworks between Umhlanga and Kumashu coming southbound, so some additional delays there as well. Cape Town, traffic lights on a flash mode. Bosmansdam Road at the N7, so out of Edgemead and Bordersuck is quite heavy. The N7 getting up from Goodwood towards that exit of Bosmansdam, that's staying very heavy as well. A bit of rain this morning, so everything else on a slow go. You can see that on the N1. Traffic from Plattercliff Hill all the way through still to the city centre. And motors travelling out a little bit further. Big truck fire between Worcester and Durance causing some delays both ways on the N1. In fact, it looks stationary both ways. It's on the Sandhill side, so south of Durance down towards Worcester, but big delays on the N1 both directions into that scene. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
The University of Johannesburg ladies plan to conquer the morning and secure a crucial 3 points for breakfast. But Richmond United believe it is about time for them to rub shoulders with teams in the top half. This is the Hollywood Bet Super League. Witness the Mzansi Queens of the beautiful game. UJ Ladies FC versus Richmond United Ladies FC on Saturday, 12 October at 9 a.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
7 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's take your call. 086 000 2032. Give me a call. I'd love to hear from you. Let's go to the lines. Reach in Durban. Good morning.
Hi, Dickson. Good morning. I'm thinking that there are industries or products that should not exist anymore. Sometimes it's difficult to accept that, okay, because there will be job losses, and we've become used to this industry or products. They must exist at a cost to us. Because when they say there must be a 6-year moratorium, they are saying, let's suffer the consequences for 6 more years. Let's recover. We used to have leaded petrol. We have unleaded now because we learn as we go forward. We learn. We discover more knowledge. So we've discovered that sugar is not good for us. We introduce, Dickson as an example, we introduce sugar to babies. Have you tested purity? how bad that thing tastes. Babies eat it because we've introduced it. That's all they know. And then later on, we introduce sugar. There are people who add sugar to cereals. You know, So I'm just thinking we must accept that there are some industries that we've become used to that are not good for us. We must let them go.
Yeah, and sometimes difficult policy decisions need to be made. Rich in Durban, thank you so much for your call. Appreciate it. Let's go to Sfiso in Durban as well. Sfiso, good morning.
Greetings, Oliver, and all the SAFM listeners.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, on the trade wars between China and the Eurozone, I think it's just a contradiction on the side of the Eurozone with their high standards, because they are advocating for green energy, cleaner emissions, and yet they are imposing high tariffs on the China's EV manufacturers, whereas they should be promoting China to import more of these vehicles, because the Eurozone doesn't even have the competitive advantage to manufacture at such a scale.
Yeah, but maybe, you know, protectionist tariffs are a thing in terms of trying to give yourself some time to build that industry capacity. Maybe they are hoping to build it?
They are, but they can't compete with China, because most of the items and electrical items and tech items, China can produce almost everything cheaper. That's why even in South Africa, the textile industry fall off its face. And anyway, when it comes to South Africa, we have experienced the same trade wars with America. You remember when Trump came in, he made sure that the steel industry in South Africa did not get those exemptions. You remember during the time of Obama, the AGOA conditions was that they import all their chickens to South Africa so that we remain in the trade wars. And South Africa had nothing to show. We couldn't push back because as a country we're just price takers everywhere. There's nothing that we are good at that we say we can use it to push back.
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your call, Sfiso. Really appreciate it. Sfiso calling us there from Durban. Let's have a listen at some of your WhatsApp voice notes that has come through on our WhatsApp line on 0614 104 107.
Morning SAFM and your listeners. I'm listening to the sugar debate and I'm wondering, is the sugar industry to blame actually for the obesity and related illnesses? I'm not so sure. It's the individual whose lifestyle needs to be adjusted. Some of us like sugar, some of us don't. Some of us can cope with the the consequences of sugar indulgence, and some can't. So it's actually should be directed more at the individual, surely, as opposed to the actual industry itself. Chris from KZN.
Good morning, Oliver, and the SFM listeners. One quick one, Oliver. We need sugar in our bodies. There's a certain percentages that our body must hold. If you are tired when you are running in a marathon, the thing that you are given is sugar. If you go to a hospital, when they check on you in the casual unit, they must give you sugar, which is in tablets. So we need a certain percent of sugar in our lives as human beings. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, some sugar occurs naturally. So if you eat fruit, for instance, a lot of those sugars are there. Like maybe an apple, a pear, and a banana gives you all the sugar that you need for the day. You don't need processed sugar. But I don't imagine a world where there wouldn't be processed sugar. I imagine a world where we consume far less of it, but I don't imagine it would go away entirely. Let's have a listen at this.
Hey, Oliver. One of your caller said the informal settlements in Cape Town are contributing to the sewer system challenges, and I think that's incorrect. It just might be one of the contributors. If you have taken the red bus in Cape Town, there is a 2 minutes presentation that the City of Cape Town makes in those recordings, where they talk about the challenges with the sewer system and the challenges with the sewer spilling into the sea. And they talk about how the city was built. They even talk about suburbs like Holt Bay. They talk about the whole structure of the city contributing to the challenges with sewer. and how the city continuously try to resolve this, how engineers try to ensure that they improve the sewer system. So it's not just the informal settlements, it's Bongi here.
Thank you so much for that. I think the point the voice note made was that it's one of the contributing factors, and I certainly agree with you. It's not the only factor there, but also I've never taken that red bus. I don't assume locals take it. I only ever see tourists on that red bus. That brings me to the end of the show. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I really do appreciate it. I'm back with you tomorrow once again, standing in here. So from myself and the team, it's goodbye for now, but I do want to leave you with this. Essential Cover from Outsurance pays out claims in cash, allowing you to choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43187 now. It's 9 o'clock.
In our top stories, ANC Greater Tshwane region considers supporting Action SA and Mehiwa murder trial to resume. Good morning. The ANC in the Greater Tshwane region says it's considering supporting Action SA's Nasipi Moya for the city's mayoral position. This as the city is set to elect a new mayor today following the ousting of the DA Celia Brink. The party announced yesterday that no names have been brought forward for the mayoral position. ANC Tshwane spokesperson Bafuze Yabo says the party will not support any candidate from the DA.
The Secretary General of the ANC would have been clear yesterday at the presser that there is no deal between the ANC and the DA, and therefore we cannot be seen deviating from the instructions of a national structure. There is no Brink who's coming back. We have not received any such instructions, and therefore we will not be supporting the candidate of the Democratic Alliance today.
One person will appear at the Lusikisiki Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape in connection with the mass murder of 18 people at Ngobozana village. 2 weekends ago, unknown gunmen opened fire, killing relatives that were preparing for a traditional ceremony to end a mourning period. On Sunday, the police minister, Senzo Mchunu, announced that 3 people of interest are in custody in relation to the case. However, they did not appear in court on Monday as indicated. Police spokesperson Sipokazi Mawiza has confirmed 1 person has been arrested and will appear in court this morning. The Senzo Mehiwa murder trial will resume in the High Court in Pretoria. Yesterday, the matter had to be adjourned after the state could not secure the appearance of a witness from a vehicle tracking company. The vehicle data pertains to a vehicle that was driven by Chico Twala's son, Longwe Twala, the day the soccer captain was murdered. Twala was one of those present when 2 alleged intruders entered the Khumalo home. 5 men are on trial at the High Court in Pretoria for the 2014 murder of Senzo Mehiwa. State prosecutor George Baloyi says they will have to call the lead investigating officer back to the stand.
Is it General now? General Gininda?
Brigadier Gininda.
I'm told he's writing exams.
Indeed, my lord. And before recess, we gave my colleagues his timetable and the dates on which he'll be available. Before he testifies, we will also apprise the court of those dates. And that's basically, my lord, next week.
Condolences continue to pour in following the passing of Rhema Bible Church founder Pastor Ray Macaulay last night. 75-year-old Macaulay died at home, surrounded by loved ones. The pastor had stepped back from active church duties but remained fully committed to serving his church. Simpiwe Mabena filed this report.
Macaulay passed away just days after celebrating his 75th birthday. Loved by family and friends, his congregants will remember his touching and powerful sermons that transformed their lives. Macaulay will also be remembered for his colorful and rich past and his love of God. I am Simpe Mapena, SABC News.
It's all systems go for Mozambique's National Elections Commission to run the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections today, according to the Commission spokesperson Palong Quinica. Quinica says voting stations in Mozambique opened at 7 o'clock this morning and will close at 6 p.m. Polling stations in South Africa opened at 9 o'clock and closes at 7 this evening. Quinica says over 17 million registered voters are expected to cast their votes at various stations nationally and in foreign countries, including South Africa.
We are prepared. We have registered 17 million voters today. They will vote in the country and outside the country in South Africa. So we prepared logistics and people who will be working at the voting stations. And we have almost 200,000 of people who will be working there to service the registered 17 million voters at 26,330 voting stations around the country and other countries.
Mozambicans who are eligible to cast their ballots are being ferried to different polling stations in Pretoria. Recapping the top story, the ANC in the Greater Tshwane region says it's considering supporting Action SA's Nasipi Moya for the city's mayoral position. This as the city is set to elect a new mayor today, following the ousting of the DA Celia Brink. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Your older car also has needs. Outsurance Essential is specifically designed for the needs of older cars. With Outsurance Essential, you get up to 1 million rand liability cover. That means if you cause an accident, the other car you bumped into could be covered for up to 1 million rand. Enjoy this and loads more great benefits at a low price. Get saving with Outsurance Essential for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 rand. SMS CAR to 43187. That's CAR to 43187 today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
The reality is that 90% of South Africans don't save enough for retirement. This National Seniors Month, why not be part of the 10% who do? Choose an interest rate of up to 11.7% after 60 months with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Anyone 55 and over can open one on the Money app in less than 2 minutes. Go to nedbank.co.za for more info. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
The Blue Sharks want to dive deep and secure 3 points to keep the second position in Group C. While the Zebras of Southern Africa are searching for their first win, they want to escape from the basement. Who will enjoy the final whistle dance of celebration? This is the Total Energies AFCON 2025 qualifier. Experience the journey to Morocco. Cape Verde versus Botswana on Thursday, 10 October at 6 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The Talking Point on SAFM. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
This girl, she went to college and she didn't contact her parents for such a long time. And then she felt really bad about not contacting her parents, so she decided to write a letter to her parents to kind of explain the reason why she's not been in touch with her parents for such a long time. And this is what she wrote. Dear Mum and Dad, since I left for college, I've been remiss in writing, and I'm sorry for my thoughtlessness in not having written before. It's very important that you sit down before you read on. I'm getting along pretty well now. The skull fracture and the concussion that I got when I jumped out of my dormitory window when it caught on fire shortly after my arrival. It has pretty well healed. I only get those sick headaches a couple of times a day. Fortunately, an attendant at the gas station witnessed the fire in my dormitory and the jump. He ran over, took me to hospital, and continued to visit me there. When I got out of the hospital, I had nowhere to live because of the burnt-out conditions of my room, so he was kind enough to invite me to share his basement bedroom apartment with him. It's sort of small, but very cute. He is a very fine boy, and we have fallen deeply in love. And we are planning to get married. We haven't set the exact date yet, but it will be before my pregnancy begins to show. I know how much you are looking forward to being grandparents, and I know you will welcome the baby and give it the same tender care and devotion that you gave me when I was a child. Now, the reason for the delay in our marriage is that my boyfriend has an infection, which I carelessly caught from him. I know, however, that you will welcome him into our family with open arms. He is very kind, and although not well educated, he is ambitious. Now that I have brought you up to date, I want to tell you, there was no dormitory fire. I did not have concussion or skull fracture. I was not in the hospital, and I am not pregnant. I do not have an infection, and there is no boyfriend in my life. However, I have failed all my exams. I have failed all my exams, and I wanted you to see these results in their proper perspective. You see, perspective is very, very important, because if she had written, "Dear Mum and Dad, I'm sorry I've not been in touch, I've failed all my exams," you can imagine the parents, "You failed your exams? What do you mean you failed your exams? You know, we're supporting you, we're financing you, you failed your exams." But when you read all of this, and then she says she failed her exams, you're like so happy. She only failed her exam. Perspective is very, very important.
Perspective is everything, isn't it, though? Perspective is everything. Pastor J. John is a British evangelist, and I hope you laughed as loudly as I was laughing. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday's edition of The Talking Point. My name is Khomotso KG Mweketsi. It's Wednesday, the 9th of October, where SFM, we're leading the conversations that move you. Join whenever you want to on 086 000 2032 086 000 2032, the SMS line 41391. That's 41391 at 150 to you. The WhatsApp line is 061 410 4107. That's 061 410 4107. We are on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter. We are at SFM Radio. When you talk to us there, please hashtag SFM Talking Point. Coming up on the program today, we open the lines for you. You can talk to us on the 086 000 2032 number about anything really that is on your mind. Between 10 and 11, we're having a Citizens Corner. We want to have a conversation around clean cities and our attitudes as citizens. Today, we're turning our attention to an issue that affects all of us as South Africans, the cleanliness of our cities, our townships, once really beacons of hope and culture, are increasingly becoming overwhelmed with waste and disarray. Despite ongoing efforts from municipalities, many citizens feel disillusioned, believing that their surroundings are beyond help. But it doesn't have to be that way. What then is our role as citizens, and what should we do to help keep our cities clean? To help us discuss the issue, we're going to talk to Stuart Morrison, data analyst intern within the Governance Insights and Analytics team at Good Governance Africa. Also, Dalu Qele is founder and executive director of Clean City South Africa. Helen Kakaso is project lead at Pan-African. People are still laughing at that at that clip. Helen Kakaso is project lead at Pan-African Plastic Project at Greenpeace Africa and will also join in the conversation. From 11, we're talking the effects of home security on our mental health. Tomorrow, Thursday, marks World Mental Health Day. And we thought to turn our focus on the impact of home security on our mental health. Our homes are supposed to be our comfort zones and places of safety, but if you look around and see how walls are getting higher and higher, and also, our homes are getting more burglar-proof, and how we're getting more burglar-proof gates being installed in our spaces to increase our safety, what then does all of this do to our mental health? Do we worry too much about what can happen, and also fear that criminals will break in while we're sleeping? What is all of this doing to our mental health? We're going to have a discussion around the impact of safety on our mental health with Ariel Sussman, clinical social worker specializing in trauma and mental health. Bronwyn Litley is marketing manager at Trelidor. We end the show with the book reading. Wiseman Guhlu's A Life of Purpose, authored by Luvuyo Wojela, is still on the spotlight, and it's read by Lerato Mvelas. What's on your mind? Did you see, what's his name? The SG of the ANC. I know you were so hard on him yesterday on this show. Hey, you were phoning, ne? Lily busy. Li busy, li rephonela, mo li rebotsa hore he must stay away. If he, what were you saying? You were saying he must stay away from Balula. If he doesn't stay away from Balula, we will show him. Those are the things that you were saying on this show yesterday. So did you hear what Balula said? It's tough being a politician, you know that. It's very tough. I was saying to Kanya that it's difficult, especially when issues are hot in a country like ours all the time, because today you have to be hot, tomorrow you have to be a little bit mild, another day you have to be a bit cold, and another day you have to be mild, another day you have to be partly cloudy with scattered thunder showers, because he sang a very mild tone. Really, Mbalula yesterday, talking about Lisufi in his briefing, and in fact, when you look at the actual briefing in Sizwe Mpofu Walsh's podcast, what Lisufi said, if we're all being honest, is rather mild. And he's been hard. Before he's came out harder. It's not as hard as the letter that summoned him. Purported. So I want to hear what you have to say. And of course, Action Essays. Is fielding probably a new mayor to take over the mayoral chain in Tshwane following late-night talks with the ANC. And if you're a member of the Rhema Church, the Rhema Bible Church, the news came out in the evening yesterday that Pastor Rhema Colley, I'm not a big church person, but I've been to Rhema once or twice or 3 times probably in my life at best. And I've heard Ray Macaulay preach. He was a fantastic preacher. He could preach, that guy. So I'm sure a lot of you will talk also about Ray Macaulay. So whatever really is on your mind. And of course, Helen Zille has also spoken and said the only reason they will ever talk again is when Brink returns as mayor of Tshwane. At this point, that looks rather, if I can use the analogy from earlier, cold, icy, not possible. We'll be back with your calls in a short while on 086 000 2032. Also, there was a breaking news story as I was driving that one person had been arrested in those Lusikisiki murders. So we'll hear as the day unfolds. What I'd love to hear most is what is on your mind. 086 000 2032 in a short while.
My name's Michael Fontaine. I'm 16. I have difficulty paying attention in class, so I fell behind. That's why my parents moved me to UCT Online High School. I can't thank them enough. Their flexible learning means I can take classes when it suits me, so I get ahead and stay ahead. Visit uctonlinehighschool.com to learn more. Applications close 29 November 2024.
The Desert Warriors are looking for their third victory to maintain a 100% winning record. Togo are fighting for their first win of the 2 draws in their opening 2 matches. This is the top of the table contest in Group E. Experience the journey to Morocco in the Total Energies AFCON 2025 qualifier. Algeria versus Togo on Thursday, 10 October at 9 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available everywhere for everyone. Always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
I like the way this guy says it. I wish I could say it as wonderfully as he says it. I don't. It's 086 000 2032. It's time for the open line. Eddie in Oudendaal's Res. We start with you. You want to talk shootings in Lusikisiki. Hey, Eddie.
Yes, how are you?
Well, thank you, Eddie.
Yes. You know, I always laugh when you giggle on issues.
Sometimes you can't help but giggle. What are you?
Yeah, I wanted to start with that one first.
What are you? You know?
Yeah, no, I like that giggle. Sometimes you giggle on serious issues.
Because I'm overwhelmed and I don't know what else to do. It's either I laugh or I cry. I'd rather laugh than cry.
No, it's true. It's true. No, thank you very much. You know, let me not giggle on mass shooting.
Yeah, that's
because
tough.
It's a serious matter. But I would say it is also a reflection on our, say, your policing, especially. You know what? If I was the minister, I will fire the station commander, where the crime levels are high.
Mm.
Because I'll ask him questions. Why are these things happening? Because communities are crying to say police are taking bribes and so on. Even the 5 children who died because of poisoning food.
Mm-hmm.
You know, such issues. People are saying, but these police are taking, bribes from these guys who are selling these things.
Mm.
So I'll definitely be hard on station commanders.
Yeah. What are you making though of the new police minister Sizwe Mchunu? In contrast to Senzo. I apologize. In contrast to the previous minister Begicele.
No, I'm impressed by his hands-on issues. And that's what he did when he was with sanitation department.
Mm.
Because if you look at that, because there's a lot of improvement when coming to water and sanitation issues, because he was hands-on.
Yes.
And I'm hopeful that even on this issue, sometimes you need the element, the element to a certain extent. But I'm
what was the Cele element?
No, to be hard on issues, to say we cannot allow ourselves to be ruled by criminals.
Okay.
To be surrounded by criminals and be told by criminals what to do. You need to be hard as well to these people. You can't have these elements within communities. We intimidate communities. No, you need the square element sometimes.
I hear you. Thanks, Eddie. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you. Busi in Durban, why are we not nice to each other on the road?
It's not just on the road. It's everywhere.
We're not nice to each other, are we? We're really
not.
not.
And South Africa, guys, migration in this country took place because we were the nicest people. We were nice to people who arrived. We were nice. We were nice to everyone.
Mm.
But now, a simple thing like in traffic, nobody's going to give you space. I was driving an X1, now I'm driving a small little car.
Mm-hmm.
And I've noticed the difference. We are so, are we materialistic?
Mm.
Or are we, I don't know. That is why corruption is flourishing.
Mm.
That is why criminals, umuntu uzojona nesigebengu and say, as long as I get the bag.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
We've got young girls who are saying they're blessings, but basically that's prostitution.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
We are no longer a nice people, and I wish South Africans we can find that space where and
Yeah.
I I wish we can just be nice to each other. Look, if anybody's listening, and just look for a reason to be nice to somebody. We are all going through a lot, and we're not going to stop going through a lot.
Yeah.
Be nice.
Be nice.
With one item, and you have a whole trolley. Just one roller and pay. You know, it costs you nothing being nice, and I promise you, emotionally, you'll be in a better place. Your mental health, everything is tied to who we are as a society. And I feel like we triumphed over apartheid because we were good people and nice people, and we've lost that winning spirit. And if we can get that back, that niceness, that kindness, I remember being able to run into people's houses when there was gunshots, people that I didn't even know. So we've lost that. Now people will see, they want to know what car do you drive, where do you work, who are you related to, before they can give you a little bit of respect and kindness. Let's be kind.
This was a beautiful call. Thank you, Busi. Have a lovely day.
You too.
Thank you. Richard in East London, you want to talk about food poisoning. Hi, Richard.
Hi, KGM. How are you?
Hi, I'm well, thank you.
I'm good, man. Look, man, my frustration is we are not led as the country.
Mm-hmm.
If you count the GDP that flows from the informal trading, spaza shops specifically, it's counted into tens of billions.
Yes.
And there's a war that we are not talking about. The war between this market and the beneficiaries of these resources and those established entities or retailers. These retailers, the established retailers, have gone down to establish sort of retail shops that fits into that market.
Yes.
That fits into that market. I was shocked to get to know the one that starts with B, as if there's a ring. If you think of boxers in the ring, that is owned by the bigger retailers.
Oh, you didn't know who owns it?
I did not know. I was
wow.
shocked last week. So all these retailers that are small popping up in our township, they are not getting traction. If you go to audit in municipalities or land audit, these guys are ready. They have taken up the available land. They are ready to take that space.
Yeah.
And the only way for them to go in there is to fight with what is already there.
I hear you.
And we are not getting into that intellectual or educated or sophisticated debate as a country to say exactly what is happening so that we can see for what it is. But our people are paying the price.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
The frustration of the country and must be reignited somewhere by killing of our kids for the beneficiary of these guys who are established.
Yeah. Painful. Thank you.
It's very painful.
Very painful. Thank you for your thoughts, Richard.
Thank you.
Paul in Soweto, you want to respond to Busi. Hi, Paul.
Yes, how are you?
Hi. And it was just lovely. Anyway, how are you, Paul?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
695. Don't bring kids. Okay. Yeah. I want to contribute to the part that said we're no longer nice people. You know, just I did my stand-up some few days ago. And when I called the person to find out what's going on, you know, the answer that was given, this person was so good on the phone. That nice part, that part of being nice and home, we no longer don't have in this country. I don't know what we can do just to make sure we can bring back home amongst ourselves.
You know what the interesting thing also for me is, right? If you go, particularly, let's say you go on TikTok, when a lot of foreigners, tourists, describe South Africans, right?
Yes.
People who've come here just for visits, to come and visit and then go away. They always very distinctly describe us as a warm people. They always say South Africans are very warm. We're very warm to, let's say, tourists, people who are coming to visit, but to each other, we're not always, not very much, not anymore. I'm not sure why, but I mean, if you can see that this is not somebody from here, and you have to help out or extend that South Africanness to another, we're very nice, but to each other we're kind of struggling a bit.
Like right now, I just ask, my fingerprint is ready. When are you gonna send them? The guy was so rude on the line. Like, what's wrong with it? I'll just ask him, are they ready? Have you sent them to Patricio testing station? He was just like, I've told you already that I'll send them, and I don't ask me any further questions. Like, and then the lady at the testing station was flabbergasted to say, but why is this guy so rude?
Yeah. Thanks, Paul. Listen, I hope you have a better day. Thank you. I see you, Bongani, in Gqeberha. I'll come back with you later. And Musa is standing by with the news headlines. It's 9:30.
Good morning. Thanks, KG. In the headlines, former public protector Busisiwe Mkhwebane will this morning find out from the High Court in Pretoria whether she's entitled to a 10 million rand gratuity. The ANC in the Greater Tshwane region says it's considering supporting Action SA's Nasipi Moya for the city's mayoral position. This as the city is set to elect a new mayor today. And the Pentagon says a planned visit to Washington by the Israeli Defense Minister has been postponed. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
This summer, we have extra large offers on Ford Ranger XL, XLT and Wildtrak from only 481,900 for a Ranger XL single cab 4x2. It's the extra large Ranger offer from only 481,900. Visit your nearest participating Ford dealer. Optional service plan included. While stocks last. T&Cs apply.
The University of Johannesburg ladies plan to conquer the morning and secure a crucial 3 points for breakfast. But Richmond United believe it is about time for them to rub shoulders with teams in the top half. This is the Hollywood Bet Super League. Witness the Mzansi Queens of the beautiful game. UJ Ladies FC versus Richmond United Ladies FC on Saturday, 12 October at 9 a.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
Who have the right to give the hurricanes and the storms their names? Because we always hear that maybe they say next to Mozambique there's a storm Maria coming close. So I just wanted to find out who gave the right, the person who gave the right to give the storms a name, or maybe is it the person that are working the thing, the weather service. I don't know who gave the right, the person to give their storms a name.
A very good morning, KG. Nanlavana from KZN. You just made my day with your opening. You see that lady? Yo, I laughed a lot. Keep well, KG. Nice program always.
So the World I knew this would be a challenge. The World Meteorological Organization is apparently the one who gives them the names. And we've been arguing ourselves here off air around, why Lebo says the way Lebo explains it, or the way he understands it, is there's a period that they give, I think a century, that they give it female names, and then they go on to male names, because the one that's headed for Florida now is about to be named, is it Milton? Did you say Milton, Kanya? Which is a male name, and they mostly the ones that we've heard of are female names. I'm just happy it's not African female names. Can you imagine a storm named Khomotso? Though. But anyway, RJ in Pamridge, you want to talk PDB problems at the traffic center. Hi, RJ.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, KG.
Good morning.
KG, we are battling a little bit with the service provider for this license department center. So, when you apply for your professional driving permit, part of the application is you have to get your fingerprints taken, and then they are sent to the service provider so that they can check you out for criminal records and stuff like that. So you told that in 2 weeks you can check with the service provider to find out if the results have been sent back to the license department. Now, this service provider is impossible to get hold of. I've been phoning them. Their phones always high call volumes every day throughout the day. I've sent emails, still no reply. And I remember the day I went there to apply, many people arrived at the license department to check their results. And they were told that the license department had not received feedback from the service provider, and they were told to travel to Pretoria, to the service provider itself, to make inquiries there. And I think that's not how the service was supposed to work. So now we have to, the inconvenience. I stay in Palm Ridge. If my results have not been sent back to the license department, I have to go all the way to Pretoria to make inquiries. Is there any way, as a radio station, maybe you can get hold of these guys or from somebody from the Gauteng Transport Department, find out if they are aware of this problem and what's being done to solve it, because I don't think this is how the service was intended to work.
Lebo and Kanya are listening and should let me know if they will be able to do it, and if we can, then I will say on the radio. Thank you, RJ.
Yeah, that would be much appreciated. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. Sintu in Midrand, Lisufi on Swanemeya. Hi, Sintu.
Yes, how are you, PG?
Hi, I'm well. How are you?
I'm fine, man. Yeah, I'm just quite interested, man. What is going to happen today when the new mayor is being elected in Tswana?
Hey,
having heard the utterances of Helensville giving the ANC a deadline, if they don't bring him back, you see, there's not going to be any stability in these metros.
Yeah.
But the dilemma is that if Zil is committed in this coalition, I don't call it a GNU, you see. Yeah, it's a coalition between the two parties, the ANC and the PA. Why they can't move out of the national government, you see, to prove that the ANC is disrespecting them. And the reason I'm saying is that because they know that should they moved out, the ANC will cut EFF and the MK to form a formidable government, which will be dominated by black people. But the arrogance of Zil wanting to dictate what the ANC should do about its leader, I think it's uncalled for, and then it should be dismissed. And all ANC members should rally behind Lesotho and defend Lesotho against this onslaught from the PA and its leader, Helen Zil.
Yeah, there's already a clear rally around Lisufi. I mean, if you heard the press briefing of the SG yesterday, clearly, the tides have turned since Monday. So we'll see what happens. A lot happens in 24 hours, though, in politics. So let's talk again tomorrow. We'll know what will have happened. Thank you for your call.
Thank you.
Thank you. KD in the Northern Cape, you want to talk about spaza shops. Hi, KD.
Hello, ma'am, and the listeners.
Hi.
Yes, I always pick up from the listeners, from the callers, the concerns about spaza shops and the foreign element of it. And I think that we are complicating the issues here. First, South Africans have got the right to promote their own and to form their own businesses and support their own. That's not happening, and we are not addressing that. These people who are operating spaza shops in our townships and villages and so on have got a strategy, and it is working for them, whereas we don't have. Even if we may say we do have, let us start with the departments of the government that deal with small businesses. How many success stories are there? If you actually go there to seek for assistance, for funding, for training, it's a very difficult thing. You need to be connected, you need to be a comrade, you need this and that. Even that is not working. And now also we look at the opportunity that our own people have had to govern the nation as councillors and whatever is not working. But then these people who are operating these spaza shops have got the mentality to make it work. They go to places where normally people would say, no, you know what, I'm going to Jozi because it's dry here. They come when it is dry, they open spaza shops, and then South Africans complain. So we don't have the drive to make this work. And it is within our power to say, okay, you know what, let us support South Africans who are opening spaza shops. That would automatically push those people out of business. Of course, that is not something that I'm saying must happen. It's an idea on what is people are talking about.
I hear you. Thanks, Katie.
Yes.
Thanks. Bongani Mqabecha, you want to talk family culture leading to crime. Hi, Bongani. Morning.
Not really leading to crime. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, KG.
Hi.
Yeah, look, man, I've just been studying this part of this particular topic, but I'll be very brief because there's not enough time to actually share it.
Sure.
I'll be quoting just a short passage from a book that is titled "The Facts on the Occult." Occult meaning the things that are hidden, like spiritual things.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just because of time, I won't be giving any much introduction.
No problem.
I just want to quote. It says, "Given this ability of the spirits, these are the spirits that usually we communicate with, to assume virtually any shape and take virtually any disguise, from angels to human dead, how can any occultist or spiritist be certain that the spirits they conduct are really who they claim to be? How can they be certain that the appearances of their dead loved ones in seances are not simply the clever tricks of demons to foster emotional trust and dependence?" I just read one or two more paragraphs. He speaks about the harrowing experiences of a seasoned occultist like Robert Monroe, an illustration of the problems encountered in identifying the true nature of these entities. In one of his many out-of-the-body episodes, Monroe was viciously attacked by two evil spirits. At one point in the fray, he panicked and desperately attempted to remove himself from their torment. As he looked at them, they instantaneously turned into the images of his two daughters, attempting to throw him off balance emotionally in his fight against them. And he quotes, "The moment I realized the trick, the two no longer appeared to be daughters. However, I got the impression that they were both amused, as if there was nothing I could do to harm them. By this time, I was sobbing for help." Now, I don't want to go further, but because there's also an area which speaks about some of the dangers of the practices. Maybe I can just go to a researcher like Dr. Koch, who is reported to have counseled more than 11,000 people who had encountered problems in carrying out the practices of consulting. He says he observes that those who carry on an active occult practice, the family histories and the end of these occult workers are in many cases known to me so tragic that we can no longer speak in terms of coincidences. For those passively involved, he observes, occult suggestion has been seen in relation to psychological disturbances, which have the following predominant characteristics. The warping and
Bongani, you do have to get to the point, eh? At some point, you have to, because it's radio, and we have a lot of.
I'm raising just because it's not something that you're going to hear anywhere else, I'm sure. I'm raising this just as a caution to people who do the consultations, because at some point in the book, which I'm not going to go to, it also shows how it contributes to people committing crime, getting mentally disturbed, and all those things. This is what this is the last part that I was going to be sharing right now. Warping and distortion of character, extreme passions, abnormal sexuality, violent temper, belligerence, tendencies to addiction.
What's the name of the book, Bongani?
It's titled "The Facts on the Occult."
And who's the author?
John Ankerberg and John Weldon.
Okay. Let's leave it there. Thank you, Mike and Newlands. I have to move. Mike and Newlands, you want to respond to Panyaza's spokesperson on John's show yesterday?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, hi, KG. Yesterday, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry or just be insulted. I think I've decided to be insulted. But because we really reached a checkmate in our country, when the spokesman of Panyaza Lesufi comes on the radio and he says, as you might or might not know, and I'm sure you do, there's allegations now of hundreds of millions of rands having been stolen and got lost when Panyaza Lesufi was a Minister of Social Development or acting MEC Social Development. So this now, a whistleblower has come along to AfriForum and it's given them all the information on Panyaza Lesufi and all these other guys part of this gang. And of course now, this has been, AfriForum have approached Minister Lesufi, who didn't bother to take the time now to actually take the call. He put his spokesman on the phone, and his spokesman had the cheek, the effrontery, to suggest that the whistleblower, who's currently taking shelter in AfriForum, should go to the police and give him that information. Now, we have Dia Doran, who's now dead, and the people that she exposed still employed. We've got Patricia Mashali. She is a whistleblower on SAPS. She has literally said the other day on TV that she fears for her life, and she's pretty sure when she dies, it will be at the hands of the SAPS. So this poor guy is now hiding out at AfriForum and laid charges. Now, AfriForum have taken these charges to the police. But here comes the kicker, and this is why it's checkmate. Is because, first of all, they take them to the police. Well, the police report to the Minister of Police, who reports to the President. Or, okay, let's say we go to the Minister of Justice. That would be through the Hawks. The Minister of Justice, just as an aside, herself is being investigated for allegedly taking money from the DBS Bank. But she, in turn, then reports to the President. Well, you could go to the SIU, but the SIU reports to the President. So now we finally have a situation where a whole lot of money, hundreds of millions, has been stolen, and there is nothing is going to happen. Nobody's going to do anything because the government is literally has shut down, according to Barry Bateman at AfriForum. They've shut down the investigation already into Panyaza Lesufi, who's allegedly taken all this money. So we now have reached the situation where it's checkmate. If I've got information against somebody and it's in the government, there is simply nothing I can do. And I can only suggest that if corruption hasn't got out of control yet, which of course it has, now it's just gone crazy. It's just outrageous. But what insults me is the fact that this gentleman seems to think that we are so stupid in this country that we don't know the fact that we've been completely corrupted by the police. We have no justice left in our country, none whatsoever. That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks. John in Davidton. Hi, John. You want to talk about Spaza shops. Hi, John.
Yeah, I don't want to greet you. Are wasting time. Listen.
But don't call me Kathy either, because you're wasting time, because I'm not Kathy. I'm Khomozo. Anyway, go on with Spaza shops.
Yeah. Look, we have got a problem here because we have got corrupt anti-corruption agencies that do not work. And say, for instance, the community were to organize themselves and say, NGOs, for example, let's go and inspect food in the Spaza shop. Somebody in the government will hire somebody to kill them because they're doing the right thing. So because even now, the 5 kids that died, it's not clear which Spaza shop, which kind of food, and what is happening. Or are you clear about that?
Am I clear about what kind of food has been sold?
And which Spaza shop?
And which Spaza shop? No, I'm not.
The community does not know.
Okay, John. Khojane in Welkom. Hi, Khojane.
Okay, how are you?
Hi, Khojane. I'm good, thank you.
Fine, man. I've been listening to the news. It seems as if now China is willing to take side and support the Palestine. So it seems as if this fight is going from there to west. Can we just ask the divine power to intervene? We are on the side of peace, cessation of fire. And if you can come together if we can come together as Christians and pray that these attacks and fires must come to an end. Are you listening to me?
I am listening to you.
No, we are becoming scary now because now this fight is going from bad to worse now.
It's terrifying.
It's definitely terrifying. And yes, now if China can be involved supporting the Arab country and America is on the side of the Israelites, it's going to be a predicament, my sister. We must definitely pray and ask God to intervene.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Thanks, Khujane. We're going to go to a break. I see there's some voice notes that have come through, and then we'll play your voice notes. And then I see you also in is it in the Northwest? Tsepo will be back. It's 9:50.
Hi, I'm Andrew, and I was recently diagnosed with myelodysplastic syndrome. Patients like myself go through a long and strenuous journey to get a stem cell transplant. I am grateful for the support I've received as I wait for the call that my donor has been found. This Sunflower Month, be a lifeline to patients like myself by registering to become a stem cell donor. You can save a life by registering at dkmsafrica.org.
Great things can happen when you play Lotto for a life-changing 70 million rand estimated jackpot this Wednesday. That's right. Play Lotto for an estimated 70 million rand jackpot today, and luck could be on your side. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120*7529# for USSD. Panda, Pusha, play. Players must be 18 years old or play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery. CAF President Dr. Patrice Motsepe said, the exponential growth and global competitiveness of football in Africa has resulted in substantial interests from major African and international broadcasters in African football. SABC has been participating competitively in the CAF media rights bids. CAF welcomes them as partners, joining a number of CAF's media rights holders. We are committed to ensuring that CAF's competitions, including its broadcast products, are world-class.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
Hi, good morning, KG and the listeners. It's Nora here. It's a strange thing when people complain about these foreign-owned spaza shops and that they're selling expired, rotten food, etc. In my area, they kicked out all the foreign-owned spaza shops. They're gone. They've been gone for about, I think, 8 months, if I'm not mistaken. However, South Africans took over some of the spaza shops, and the South Africans are stocking in these wholesales that are owned by the same foreigners that were running the spaza shops here in the township. They're stocking there. So what's the difference there? Is the food no longer rotten when it's coming from the wholesaler? I don't understand. There's some confusion here. Bye.
Good morning, KG. Yeah, you know what Busi was saying about being nice to others. Yeah, that thing is lacking in us. But the moment you do something generous to someone, you feel lighter. We really need to be nice to each other.
Good morning, KG, active citizen in Polokwane. You see, Lusufi is a good guy, but Lusufi is politically a rebel. He's a political rebel. And that is going to bring him down. He actually is taking an advantage that is popular within the ANC in Gauteng and is abusing his popularity to push the government of national unity out of the way in favor of the corrupt EFF and corrupt elements within the ANC. We cannot allow that. We know he's aligned with the corrupt elements within the ANC and the EFF. He's giving an example of these other organizations that are aligned to the DA. Yes, they're not good organizations, but they're not corrupt. We are anti-corruption, irrespective of color of the skin. Thank you.
Morning, Oscomoto. This is Tabisto Bloemfontein. I would like to be named after a hurricane. Imagine Hurricane Tabiso. Oh, that would be something.
Morning, guys. Yeah, the naming of storms is to eliminate confusion because you can get more than one storm at a time, and they use an alphabetical list to name these storms. You know, it's like they start with the alphabet, and every time a new storm picks up, they will name it according to the alphabet. But it's actually only basically there to eliminate confusions because there's sometimes more than one storm forming at a time. Richard, Cape Town.
Joe from Durban. I think we must be careful not to generalize and paint all foreigners with the same brush. It's great that if we can get foreign business owners to register for VAT and tax and UIF and PAYE, etc., and that would be great, and to legitimize their businesses, and obviously to get rid of any harmful business practice, whether it's a foreigner or a local person doing it. But sometimes the motivations for some of the guests are the highly nationalistic South African, but not a broader African agenda. And it's easy pickings, low-hanging fruit for the unemployment crisis, etc. And I think that we must be wary of because it will end up in xenophobic violence like in the past. And also, why aren't South Africans developing businesses in the townships?
Hi, good morning, KG. How are you? Mafuta here, KG. The land of Samora Machel goes to the elections today. Mozambique decides. But my question is that what plans does the new incoming president has to end the conflict in Cabo Delgado for the people there to enjoy their peace and tranquility and pursue their lives peacefully? That's my worry, Kathy. The conflict in Cabo Delgado seems to have been forgotten or is turning perennial. So I wish the Mozambicans well in their elections and hope that the new incoming president would deal decisively with the conflict in Cabo Delgado. KG.
Morning, it's Chris and Peter Maritzburg. You know, South Africans can be very forgetful. Some of you will forgotten that what Lesotho is doing is what Hirikwala did in 1994, which led to his suspension by the South African Communist Party. These tensions, either within the ANC or within the broader so-called progressive movement, are not new. But the only trick is how we define them. In 1994, the formation of the Government of National Unity redefined how politics are moving. Today, they are doing the same thing. It's just how we manage them.
I thought he was going somewhere with Herikwala. I wanted to remember something that happened in 90 because I was there. I don't know if there's anything that we're missing, but it's fine. Maybe you can elaborate again. Send another voice note about what it is that we're missing about Lesotho and Herikwala. I know he's very heavily influenced and admired greatly, Herikwala, Panyaza Lesotho. Tshepo Hurutsi, Atamelang bus companies on strike. Hi, Tsepo, morning.
Good morning, it's KG.
Hi, Tsepo.
Yes, it's Tsepo here from Hurutsi, Kodinokana.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm calling in regard of Atamelang. Hence, I once called SAFM earlier just to register my concern about the service that you are getting from Atamelang.
Mm-hmm. Atamelang is what? It's a bus company there.
Yeah, it's a bus company here that is contracted with the government of Northwest since from 2004.
Okay.
Now, recently, its drivers are on strike. It's for 2 days now, complaining about the late payment, blah, blah. But my concern is that as a passenger, we are not getting services now. It's for 2 days. No one is telling us anything. Our elderly people are frustrated, school children. There are villages from the outskirts that are only relying on Atamelang to provide them with services. Now it's for 2 days. No one is saying anything. We are trying to engage with the Department of Transport. Every time when we call these directors, they will telling you that they're in a meeting, they will get back to you, of which they are not doing it.
So it's the only way that people move around remote villages in the northwest, this Atamelang bus company?
Yeah, in some parts of the villages, people are relying on Atamelang, but at least in some villages there are alternative transport.
Okay.
But again, it's not a solution, because remember, most of our people are buying monthly tickets and weekly tickets.
Okay.
Now, if the situation of this nature occurs, they become stranded. They don't know what to do because they don't have money.
Oh, because they buy monthly and weekly tickets.
Yes, it's KG.
Yo, and no alternative has been communicated.
Nothing at all. That is why I'm even calling the SAFM just to intervene. Maybe they could have an access to get to the MEC's office, because I've tried to engage with him. As he was saying, I must escalate my problem with him, MEC Moreng. I've got a lot of messages to him. He doesn't respond to me. HOD, I even write to the public protector at the earlier stage to intervene. He advised that the HOD, Dr. Kekan, must intervene. They are not doing anything.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll send a similar request to the MEC's office. But thank you for ventilating, Tsepo. Thank you, everybody, for participating. There were a lot of issues on the table today. It's 10 now. It's time for the news, and Musa is standing by.
In our top stories, a call on the police ministry to deploy officers to communities, and President Ramaphosa mourns the passing of Pastor Ray Mokoli. Good morning. The ANC has announced it will be fielding Action SA's Dr. Nasipi Moya for the position of Executive Mayor in the city of Tshwane. The council will be voting for a new mayor today following a motion of no confidence against Celia Brink 2 weeks ago. The motion was tabled by the ANC and supported by 7 other parties, including the EFF and Action SA. The ANC's national spokesperson, Mahlengi Bengu, made the announcement at Tshwane House ahead of the council sitting.
After extensive engagement on the caliber of the candidate and the tight timeframes we have to sort out the problems, the ANC agreed to support the candidature of the current acting mayor, Councillor Dr. Nasipi Moya. This is based on the strength of her experience and her qualifications.
The Community Policy Policy Forum has called on the police ministry to deploy officers to different communities to avoid patrollers on the front lines instead of the members of the SAPS. This after 6 CPF members were killed in Godini village near Kumbu in the Eastern Cape on Sunday. The forum alleges members were killed by a group of people who are dealing with extortion and stock theft in the area. The CPF national spokesperson Sianda Bela has called on the ministry to also find a way to offer CPF members self-defense classes to allow them to protect themselves.
We can't say let us resource the CPF with guns and everything in order for us to match and measure with what is there on the ground now. But we are saying and we are calling on the Ministry of Police to really look into a way to make them be able or skill them to be able to scan the environments that they are working on instead of being reactive, but be able to be proactive by providing information to the SAPS instead of confronting. Because some of the issues that we have in our communities is that the same patrollers are confronting the same criminals.
The former public protector Busisi Mkhwebane will this morning find out from the High Court in Pretoria whether she's entitled to a 10 million rand gratuity. Mkhwebane has been battling to get the money in the courts after her successor, Koleka Kaleka, took a decision that because she was removed from office for misconduct and incompetence by Parliament, she has no right to the money. Lawyers for the Office of the Public Protector have argued that the gratuity is not a salary nor a right in terms of a service contract, but rather a discretionary payment for work well done. Mukwebane's counsel has rejected this, saying there is no legislation that prevents a person who has not vacated office of their own accord for receiving it. Mukwebane was removed from office in September 2023, just weeks before her 7-year term as Public Protector was to expire. The Basic Education Minister, Siviwe Gagube, says she's committed to eradicate pit toilets at schools by the end of the current financial year. She was part of ministers in the Social Services Cluster who answered questions for oral reply in the National Council of Provinces yesterday. Gagube says there are around 200 pit toilets across several provinces that still need to be eradicated, and she hopes this would be done by the end of March 2025.
It is, however, my intention, really, and my goal that once the backlog right now, that we're currently clearing, which we have got about just over 200 pit toilets that are left, once we are done with those, it is my wish that we undertake an independent audit around the country once again. It's just so that, because ultimately, even though the backlog says we have just over 4,000 pit toilets, ultimately we want to make sure that where pit toilets are not covered or they keep popping up, we want to make sure that we are knowing in real time where these inappropriate structures are.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has joined the nation in mourning the death of the founder of the Rhema Bible Church, Pastor Ray Macaulay. In a statement issued yesterday, Macaulay's family announced he died peacefully in his home surrounded by his loved ones. Pastor Macaulay was 75. The pastor had stepped back from active church duties. Ramaphosa spokesperson Vincent Magwenya says Pastor Macaulay's passing will leave a deep void in the country.
Pastor Ray's passing leaves our deeply spiritual nation bereft of a remarkable leader whose impressive legacy lives on in the faith of hundreds of thousands of believers within and beyond the Rhema community. The President offers his deep condolences to Mrs. Zilda Macaulay, Pastor Ray's children, the extended family and the large community of the Rhema Bible Church.
Recapping the top story, the ANC has announced it will be fielding Action SA's Dr. Nasipi Moya for the position of Executive Mayor in the city of Tshwane. The council will be voting for a new mayor today following a motion of no confidence against Celia Brink 2 weeks ago. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Spring is in the air and it's almost time for SA Garden Day on Sunday, 20 October. Celebrate your garden with a tea party, a luncheon, or simply lying down with a good book. Invite friends, family, or neighbors to appreciate your garden. Visit gardenday.co.za for ideas and inspiration. And remember to upload your flower crown selfie to social media, the ultimate Garden Day accessory. Mark your calendar. SA Garden Day, Sunday, 20 October.
The Stallions get it that the only way to remain on top of Group L is through a win. However, the Swallows refuse to be left behind. They target a second victory to move away from the third position. This is the Total Energies AFCON 2025 qualifier. Experience the journey to Morocco, Burkina Faso versus Burundi on Thursday, 10 October at 9 p.m. Live everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The Talking Point on SAFM. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Morning, born free in the Western Cape. I just like to blow the whistle on what SASA is doing, and the DSD department is also just watching along, not doing anything. So what's happening is SASA keeps changing processes on processes without notices. There's a problem with the number change system, so if you've lost your number or the number has been lost to the mobile service provider, they are just not pulling through. People that are witnessing trying to change the number for over a year, and when you do inquire to change your number, they don't give you ETA. So you can wait up to a year for your number to be changed. And this is really just delinquency on their part. I don't know if there's anything they have to say for themselves, but what they're doing is really an injustice to the whole social welfare. Well, so if anybody's listening, please, can you just get on their back about this whole thing, because I'm witnessing injustices. Thanks.
Good morning, Sis KG. I wanted you to investigate justice. Justice is about legal aid. There are so many people here haven't getting justice through legal aid. So I would like you to investigate that. And correctional service also, because people are there to be part of gangsterism. So thank you.
KGM Tagatai in Cape Town. Silas Brink completely ousted and the new mayor is elected. And my question is, are we going to benefit, we as the people who suffer in that Tshwane municipality or metro? I don't think so. Because all these things, KG, none favors us. They only favor those who are electorates. So, I mean, really this thing need to be ended one day, man. We really not benefiting from this ousting of mayors, changing of mayors. The Joburg is still attacked by the illegally occupying.
Morning, KG. Lisuf and Napaile are warming up for 2029 so that they get votes for Lutuli House and Elibet catches the worm. MK Party has a 5-year program on how to kick out the GNU so that they can refill their stomach, lying to those poor, illiterate, politically illiterate South African citizens, saying that they're fighting for them, but they are lying. Thank you, KG.
Thank you for your voice notes. Keep them coming on 061-410-4107, 061-410-4107. With that, welcome to the second hour of the Talking Point here on SFM, where we're leading the conversations that move you. And please join whenever you want to on 086-000-2032, 086-000-2032, SMS line 41391, 41391 comes to you at 150. WhatsApp, as I said, 061-410-4107. Talk to us on X. We are at SFM Radio, and please hashtag SFM Talking Point when you're talking to us. Mozambique is going to the polls, by the way, today, and good luck, Mozambique. So we're turning our attention now in our Citizens Corner to clean cities and our attitudes as citizens to clean cities. So we're turning our attention to an issue that affects all of us, really, as South Africans, the cleanliness of our cities. Our cities, once beacons of hope and culture, are increasingly becoming overwhelmed with waste and disarray. Despite ongoing efforts from municipalities, many citizens feel disillusioned, believing that their surroundings are now beyond help. But it doesn't have to be that way. What then is our role as citizens, and what should we be doing to help keep our cities clean? To help us navigate this discussion, we're joined by Stuart Morrison, data analyst intern within the Governance Insights and Analytics team at Good Governance Africa, Daluqele, founder and executive director of Clean City SA, Helen Kahaso, project lead, Pan-African Plastic Project at Greenpeace Africa. Good morning to everybody. Perhaps let's start with the measure. So we say it's a clean city when it is how? Stuart, hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning, and a good morning to your listeners. I think when we sort of think about what a clean city is, or sort of the cleanliness of the city, it very much sort of points to the idea of waste management systems, right? So thinking about ways in which we sort of get rid of things like solid waste, what are the processes? Are there measures to ensure that it doesn't just start at, the end of the cycle of a product, but starts at sort of the manufacturing side of it as well. So it kind of encompasses all of those sort of things as sort of broadly speaking waste management systems.
Dalukele, so you would describe a clean city as?
Good morning, KG, and good morning to your listeners. Basically, a clean city is a city where when you walk on the street, you walk on the pavement, you are in a park or in a public space where you don't see litter and filth, in that environment. That is what we're talking about if you're talking about clean city. So it's all about how we as residents and communities manage our waste.
Yeah, I'm going to assume, Helen, that considering you come from Greenpeace Africa, you're also going to talk a lot around the issues of managing waste when you describe a clean city. Hi, Helen. Morning.
Morning. Good morning, and good morning to the listeners. And from our own perspective, a clean city should be a healthy city where, you can enjoy the park without thinking about the trash that could be behind you. We're talking about a city where there is proper waste management, but of both solid waste, but also looking at things like plastic waste, how the city would manage that effectively. So that is what we're talking about.
Yeah. So what are the key drivers of waste generation in urban areas, and how can, citizens' behavior, our behavior as citizens and our habits as citizens be changed to reduce waste through effective policy interventions, Stuart?
So it's a bit of a difficult question because on one hand, I think the sort of most basic driver would sort of be just the size of the population, how fast it expands in a city, population density, right? Because the more people you have, the more waste is sort of then generated, right? But I think deeper than that, there are very contextual factors that also contribute to the drivers of waste generation, right? So, for example, there's some studies that have shown that, something like climate might actually increase or decrease the amount of waste that is generated. So in a city that is in a hot climate, you might find that things like they need to use more packaging to keep certain products fresher for longer. And so that also will then contribute, right? But it also then points to something like what the actual waste management systems and policies and infrastructure are, because that can also determine how much waste is actually generated, right? So for example, if there is no or very poor waste system management or policies, you might find that there is then an increase in waste generation because maybe the municipality is not getting rid of the waste or handling the waste well enough, or citizens themselves are not, encouraged to be more responsible when getting rid of your waste. So it kind of depends on the context that we're speaking about.
Yeah. In the work that you do at Clean City SA, Dalukele, what initiatives do you drive to, a push for a clean city or clean cities around South Africa?
There's a number of interventions that we have in place because we work with communities on the ground, one of which is educating learners at schools, about waste, how they can manage their waste, and then if they could, the school itself, put or sort waste for recycling purposes. And then some of the interventions that we do around the cities and communities is what we call street sweeping and litter picking. We know this is an intervention that we do so that we can just keep our cities clean, but we know in a long run that is not sustainable. But at the same time, we cannot leave our streets and open spaces looking dirty. So those are the interventions that we do. And then part of which in communities, we start teaching people and the youth in particular about managing waste better, especially the separation of waste at source for recycling purposes. And then over and above that, other interventions that we started to do is to engage communities in the inner city of Johannesburg. We're talking to everybody, your informal traders, your small shops, your property owners within these high density areas, for example, in transport hubs, Bree and Wanderers in the inner city of Johannesburg, for example. And it's very, very interesting findings in terms of what we are finding with regards to how waste is generated and how it is disposed of.
I'm interested to hear myself about those findings because you talk of transport hubs. That is spaces where, people are concentrated for long periods of times in an average day. There's concentration, for example, in the morning and in the afternoon because people are going to work or they're traveling back home. And is there a particular reason why there would be a lot of waste in those places? And or is there, initiatives that you drive specifically in those areas to make sure that you don't have waste in those specific spaces?
Okay, some of the findings, KG, are as follows. For example, around the Wanderer Street area, it's a huge transport hub. There's a lot of informal traders, lots of traffic, people walking in the area. And then as we engage with the informal traders, they don't have enough bins, right? Where to whatever the waste they generate out of their trading, where to throw that. That's one challenge. And then the second challenge, you find that there's these huge, buildings, tall buildings, and then on the ground floor of those buildings, you find that they have tenants. They have these small shops, other like cell phone shops, they're selling clothes, different items, retail shops, and all of that. What you find is that those small shops, they do not have municipal accounts. So if you have a municipal account, it means you're also issued with a bin by the municipality. So now, can you imagine a high-rise building with 30 tenants on the ground floor? Those 30 tenants don't have a municipal account with the municipality, so they don't have a bin. What happens then? That waste ends up on the street in the open spaces, So those are the challenges that we find, because you might find that the high-rise building, they do have an account and they allocate bins for their own residents internally. But now there's a challenge about managing that waste on the informal traders as well as those shops on the ground floor. So that waste then ends up on the street. But I think the biggest challenge is the information around municipal account, because that's where it starts. Yeah. If a municipal account, you have a bin.
Yeah. I'm going to go to break, and then I want to come back and talk mindsets, Helen, and how we can get people to change their mindset around the issue of waste, and how places like, for example, Rwanda got the issue of cleanliness right. We'll continue our conversation around clean cities in a short while.
So why should I use We Buy Cars if I want to sell my vehicle?
Because We Buy Cars buys cars.
But will I get the right price?
Of course. We Buy Cars buys thousands of vehicles and knows exactly what every vehicle is worth. Their buyers deliver exceptional service and pay you immediately.
And how do I know what they'll pay for my vehicle?
It's easy. Visit webuycars.co.za or use the We Buy Cars app. Follow the simple steps and voila, you'll know your car's value in no time. We Buy Cars. Quick, easy, the best.
EFC 118 promises to be one of the most scintillating fight nights in recent memory, with two standout matchups. Fresh off his incredible run in The Ultimate Fighter, Rody Roots battles for the interim featherweight strap against deadly kickboxing specialist Ayanda Zwane, whilst the co-main event witnesses the return of the one and only Martin the Punisher Van Staden, who takes on fellow veteran Hanru the Bully Boda. EFC 118 from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
You You are listening to KG Mwekezi on SFM.
Welcome back. We're talking clean cities and our attitudes as citizens. I mean, what is your attitude? Are you, for example, as a citizen, one of those people when you're driving? Sometimes I get so mad when I'm following somebody on the road and I see them open their window and throw a piece of paper or throw a piece of tissue out as they're driving on the freeway. I'm thinking, can't you just keep it and throw it away when you get home? But it's really a mindset, is it not, Helen, around how people perceive the issue of a clean city. How do we get the buy-in of citizens, and how do certain countries just sort of get a change of a mindset of its people? How did a country like Rwanda, for example, do it? Helen?
So it takes a lot of awareness creation, both from the government point of view, but also other actors that also can come into the play. So if we take, for instance, a country like Rwanda, there is a lot that has gone into it. First of all, the fact that, the citizens have been made aware of the impact of, waste that is just from their own surrounding, leave alone even in the big cities. So Rwanda has a day where everyone goes out to clean. So and it's not because somebody is coming after you, but it's engraved in them because that awareness has taken place. There has been a change of values. There has been that mindset shift that this is for my own good. If there is trash, that is going to impact me negatively, impact my environment negatively. So it has to start from within. But more than that, government policy implementation also has to come into play. You see, a country like Rwanda, for instance, has banned, plastics, single-use plastics, be it the carrier bag, be it the plastic bottles. So that goes a lot into the behavior of the people on the ground, the behavior of the citizens, because policy regulations, regulation is there is effective implementation, but also there is buy-in from the citizens who have now been made aware that it is not just about a big policy, existing on a piece of paper, but this is about my environment. This is about my health. This is about creating a cleaner and future generation for my children. So it has to be both ways. It has to be from a point of where the public is made aware, the public is enough awareness creation, but also there is a good political will from the side of the, both government and other players. And it doesn't have to be, something out of this world. Simple things such as, you carrying a reusable bottle every time you're going out to, just carry some water to drink instead of buying a plastic bottles, for instance. Something like what you just said, not just dumping a piece of your paper or tissue or a sweet wrap anywhere. But for you not to do that, there has to be, for instance, garbage bins that are located everywhere that can, enhance also the segregation of waste, so that you're not throwing, plastic paper where you're supposed to be throwing the organic waste. So a lot of things have to come into play for us to actually achieve cleaner cities.
Yeah. Stuart, perhaps maybe we come back to you. How can policymakers then incentivize citizens to contribute to optimizing waste collection and disposal systems? And what role then can extended producer responsibility play in minimizing the environmental impacts?
Sure. So, I think it's quite a broad area, right, where there's many different incentives that some have worked and others haven't, right? And so an easy way to sort of think about it is sort of by categorizing it. So on the one hand, you get sort of financial incentives, right? So this could be something like a rebate program for recycling, for example, right? So, you're offering a rebate or you're offering discounts on your utility bill for a household if they meet certain recycling targets or, participate in, let's say, a community cleanup day, right? Then, there's also other sort of incentives such as like the pay as you throw program, where, it kind of, you pay as much as you throw away in terms of non-recyclable items. And so that's also a way for people to be more conscious. And so maybe, be more aware of what type of waste am I actually using? Is it recyclable? Is it not, right? But then you also get things like social incentives. And this, relates more to more community work and more the communal element of waste management systems, right? And so something like having a reward system for communities that, have high levels of recycling or have significantly reduced their waste are ways in which, municipalities, provincial government and national government, if you're speaking in the South African context, can be able to sort of promote those, communities to actually take action, right? But there's also, I think we live in a day and age where there's a lot of technological innovations. And one of the most important of these is sort of having apps and stuff that allow you to, let's say, report overflowing bins, if you've missed a pickup, illegal reporting, illegal dumping, so actually leaning into those innovations can also serve as incentives, right, to citizens to actually be more proactive and sort of make these it's a more sort of proactive choice to be responsible. And so then, there's other ones like maybe more punitive incentives. So this could be something like fines, for littering or, sort of dealing with waste responsibly, like illegal dumping. But, it also depends on the context. So something like South Africa, I think it isn't really as realistic just because we have, a security force that is already overstretched. And so, something like, punitive incentives like fines may not be as realistic. But then there's also, like similar in the Rwanda case, Rwanda in 2008 banned single-use plastic bottles and bags. And so that also, is a way in which you can serve as an incentive, right? And so, looking more now at the producer and the role of the producer, right? So there's this sort of framework that you've kind of touched on, KG, which is extended producer responsibility, or also called EPR, right? And it essentially recognizes that the responsibility of waste management doesn't just lie with the municipality, and it doesn't just lie with individual citizens, consumers, but producers also have a role, and they have a role in the entire life cycle of that product, right? And so it sort of promotes policies that look to hold producers accountable, from, making sure that they're sourcing sustainable materials in the production of those products, all the way through to, the disposal of the packaging or the product itself, right? And so in this way, it sort of promotes a holistic approach, because the expectation isn't necessarily put on municipalities, as I mentioned, but it's seen as now a more communal effort, right? And I think that's really one of the most important things, is it really requires different stakeholders, different actors, and EPR is a way to do that. There are some limitations, though, with regards to, extended producer responsibility. And the biggest one is that, unfortunately, sometimes a lot of companies and stuff may just take existing framework and try and put it onto their sort of product or whatever they are selling. And so what happens is that actually can limit the impact that it can make, because again, coming back to sort of the more contextual nuance that is involved in this issue.
Let me ask for everyone's indulgence as I ask everybody to pause. I have to quickly go to the news headlines, and then we'll continue our conversation in a short while. It's 10:32.
Thanks, KG, and a very good morning to you. With the news headlines, Kemudupi Makhalemele. The ANC has announced that it will be fielding action essays Dr. Nasipi Moya for the position of executive mayor in the city of Tshwane. The Community Policing Forum has called on the police ministry to deploy officers to different communities to avoid having patrollers on the front lines instead of police members. And Brazil's Supreme Court has lifted a ban on the social media platform X after it agreed to block the profiles of dozens of people accused of spreading disinformation. Details of these and other stories at 11.
The rand is currently trading at 17 rand 63 to the dollar, 23 rand 3 to the pound, and 19 rand 30 to the euro. Markets in Asia were mixed at the closing bell. The JSE is weaker in mid-morning trade. Markets in Europe are mainly lower at this hour. Gold is trading at $2,613 and platinum at $953 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $77.89 a barrel.
Becoming Elizabeth is the fascinating story of the early life of England's most iconic queen. With no clear heir, the death of King Henry VIII sets into motion a dangerous scramble for power. Elizabeth's fascinating and factual journey to secure the crown is filled with scheming, betrayal, and illicit relationships that threaten to bring forth her demise. At a time in which every man or woman of the court is on the wheel of fortune, which may take them to a position of great power one moment, or the executioner's block the next. Channel your inner royalty with Becoming Elizabeth, Saturdays at 9:30 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
Great things can happen when you play Lotto for a life-changing 70 million rand estimated jackpot this Wednesday. That's right. Play Lotto for an estimated 70 million rand jackpot today, and luck could be on your side. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120*7529# for USSD. Panda, Pusha, play. Players must be 18 years old or play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery. The Blue Sharks want to dive deep and secure 3 points to keep the second position in Group C. While the Zebras of Southern Africa are searching for their first win, they want to escape from the basement. Who will enjoy the final whistle dance of celebration? This is the Total Energies AFCON 2025 qualifier. Experience the journey to Morocco. Cape Verde versus Botswana on Thursday, 10 October at 6 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
You are listening to KG Mwekezi on SFM.
So welcome back. It's 10:36. We've been having a conversation in our Citizens Corner around clean cities and our own attitudes as citizens with Stuart Morrison, data analyst intern within the Governance Insights and Analytics team at Good Governance Africa. Dalucele is founder and executive director of Clean City South Africa. Helen Kahaso is project lead Pan-African Plastic Project at Greenpeace Africa. Interesting perspective brought to me now on Twitter by Charmaine Smith, who says at KG Mwekezi about #plastic waste reduction, responsible citizenship. The elephant in the room is also businesses, because they are the source of plastic waste due to an over-reliance on plastic packaging. What happened to the South African Plastic Pact? Interesting question, wouldn't you say, Dalucele?
No, definitely. It is an interesting question. Although maybe the scale is still very low for businesses in South Africa, but a lot of manufacturers and producers and the retailers are involved in actually removing that plastic waste, away from the environment. So as an organization, we are involved in sorting of waste for recycling purposes. So we do recover, plastic waste, bottles, paper, carton, etc., that we collect, and then we send that out for recycling. So I think Stuart probably has touched on some of those interventions that are available. So the problem that probably the communities are still very behind in terms of the sorting of waste for recycling purposes and taking that plastic waste away from the environment. One of the interventions that can really help us as communities is that it starts within our households, where we are able to then recover that material, sort it, separate it at source. In our household already, we are separating waste. Anything that we cannot send for recycling is the only waste that goes into the landfill site. So businesses, I think there is an effort, although it hasn't scaled up, because we as communities, we as households, we as individuals need to take that responsibility and learn. I think we need quite a lot of education in this regard, KG.
Yeah. Helen, how has Africa done with the issue of managing or moving away even from plastic in general?
I think Africa, in terms of how they are doing, so when we are talking about policies and regulations, yes, we have enough policies, we have regulation. We are talking about out of 54 countries in Africa, about 35 have either banned single-use plastics, and implemented the ban, or have banned plastics single use but not implemented, or they have some form of regulations. The issue now comes when you speak about implementation. A lot of those policies are just good on paper and not really translating to realities on the ground. But also coming back to the issue of big businesses, from where I sit, big businesses have the biggest responsibility, especially when you're speaking about plastic waste. And here's why. A lot of that plastic that will end up in our households, yes, it will be collected for recycling, but actually the statistics show that only about 9% of the single-use plastics ever produced has been recycled. So we are talking about 40% of that plastic waste ending up in dump sites. We're talking about another around 14% ending up being incinerated. And we all know that incineration has a whole lot of problems when it comes to, the toxins that comes out of that. And some of these incinerators are actually located within or nearby, settlement areas. So it's a lot of toxins being released into the environment. Our children, our communities breathing in that. So what am I saying? The big business needs to rethink about their packaging. Instead of them continuing to churn, single-use plastic or single-use packaging, we should be thinking about other ways that are sustainable, other ways that do not pollute the environment. We are talking about refill and reuse models. So instead of having, you produce 100 bottles of water, for instance, why don't you do it in a 20-liter bottle, so a community or a household can purchase that and use that within the week or within the set time frame that will be enough for the family. So big business has a responsibility. Consumers, yes, but I think the biggest responsibility here lies with the big business, governments as well. So when we have the right policies and these policies are implemented, and will enable the big businesses also to look at ways, sustainable ways of packaging.
Yeah. Stuart, when we talk about the most effective strategies for reducing plastic waste in cities, how then as policymakers, how do policymakers then implement and enforce, the regulations specifically of limiting single-use plastics and promoting the, circular economy practices?
So I think that's a very good question. And, it's sort of in the South African context, right? We sort of are in a very interesting sort of context because in Joburg, for example, we have sort of like informal recyclers, right, that come through, on garbage day and sort of collect what needs to be recycled, and they take it to the recycling. And they kind of rely on those sort of things as sort of a forms of livelihood, right? And I think a lot of people overlook them and are left out of the conversation when we speak about waste management systems. But they're part of that system, they're part of that ecosystem. And I think, specifically in a way to promote circular economy practices, that is really, I think, where policymakers need to start putting their attention, is looking at who are the different actors involved, right? Who are the different organizations that are working in this space to try and promote this? What are they doing right? How can municipalities, national and provincial government work, with these type of actors? And I think, we often, when looking at sort of how to enforce these sort of regulations, it is a big challenge. And that is why it shouldn't necessarily be framed as enforcement, but as a collective responsibility. And I think, having ownership as we've been discussing earlier, is that communities as a whole, right? This includes private citizens, it includes businesses, it includes municipalities, right? They all need to have a sense of ownership. And I think that is the only way in which these regulations will actually work, because, it kind of goes beyond trying to do things like fine people and stuff, even though it is frustrating, right? The real issue is that there needs to be a shift in that social norm.
Yeah, we have some callers that want to engage you. Let's start with Nhlanhla in KwaZulu-Natal. You think Rwanda is a fantastic example, Nhlanhla. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, my sister Katie and your guest, and thanks for allowing me to have an input. You see, Rwanda, it has started with the political will, having a political leader that has got a vision, a clear vision about his country and the way forward to where he wants to see his country. The problem with our leaders, who have been electing or putting political leaders on positions which they are not qualified to transform those departments in a way that the same policies that have been implemented, that have been created, they can be implemented without